And we are live. Good evening,
Yes.
Tim. Good evening, sir. On a
Yes.
fine sunny day, it looks like behind you there. How you doing?
Fine. Just now YouTube's refreshed itself. I didn't have to refresh it.
Oh, okay.
I didn't have to mute it.
I think my tablet's still catching up, but that's okay.
And so far it's just looks like it's just the two of us.
Oh, okay. No problem. Well, we can just sort of chat away, can't we, until something
Yeah.
occurs. Have you been up to anything exciting this week?
Um Not a whole lot. I had my doctor's appointment last week and then I went to McDonald's, got something to eat yet that same day. It was Thursday.
What did you go for in McDonald's? What was your meal of
Just
choice?
a Big Mac meal.
Oh, okay.
So burger fry, burger with medium fries and medium Dr. Pepper. But yeah, they don't have the self-serve soda fountain and any self-served stuff anymore where you get your own napkins and stuff. They have to give you everything now. They
Oh,
redid it.
okay.
I don't know what was going on. And then I did a
Just
little bit of shopping.
oh, okay. What, just grocery shopping or exciting shopping?
Bargain bin shopping, so slightly exciting. I went to Rite Aid.
Okay.
So I got this Eric Clapton CD, Me
Okay.
Ghost. So yeah, it was Eric Clapton CD, $6.99. But I have a Rite Aid rewards card, so I got this. I think half of that,
Okay.
and
Cool.
then yeah, they have Blu-rays, but they didn't have a Blu-ray of this one. But it was listed as being remastered in high definition. The DVD of Spider-Man 2.
Oh, cool.
I saw this
Nice.
in a theater when it came out. It's a good one.
Oh, did you? Ah, yeah. It's amazing how many times they've rebooted Spider-Man now, isn't it?
And then last week I got some custom Star Wars figures from Graham Parkey of the Next 17. I got the Cantina aliens. I got this guy. I still haven't taken all the wrapping off of him.
Oh,
And then yeah, I got the one werewolf looking guy.
oh, a Laxivrak.
I don't know if that's
Yeah,
him or
yeah. That's
not.
it's probably Laxivrak.
And then I got this guy with the funny
Oh,
head.
uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool.
And I got the devil the devil
Oh,
horned.
nice. Oh, that's cool.
So
Oh,
I
that's a
got the
cool
four
one.
alien ones, and then I got two humanoid ones as well. I got the bartender,
Oh, uh-huh. Nice.
and I got Dr. Eve Vazin,
Oh, yeah. Oh,
and
cool.
I have a vest, a cloth goods vest somewhere in one of the baggies to put on him, and I've got some cloth good capes to put on a couple of the other characters.
Is the Dr. Everzan, is his face all messed up?
Well, half of it's messed up.
Yeah, yeah.
That half is messed up, but the other side isn't as messed up.
Okay.
And then yeah, this little baggie it's got the capes for these guys, along with one of these things is the vest for Dr. Evazan, and then their guns, and then I got some little drinking cups, and then I believe the rest of these accessories are supposed to be thermal detonators.
Oh.
So I can give Boosh Leia an actual thermal detonator. And we got one person in the chat room, Retro Toy Guy Sai. Hi, Sai.
Hey, good evening, Sai. How you doing, man? Hope you are well, sir.
And I caught your video earlier, Sai, but I was watching it on my Roku TV, so I couldn't comment using the Roku app for YouTube.
Yeah, I watched his video earlier.
And then I got these two glow-in-the-dark figures. One's the Force Ghost of Obi-Wan Kenobi. He comes with his own glow-in-the-dark lightsaber.
Nice.
And this one's supposed to be the Jabba's Palace hologram Luke with the glow-in-the-dark lightsaber, but he's done in the style of a Jedi Master, though.
Oh.
So he's got the legs like Ben Kenobi, so he's done in the style of a Jedi Master. It looks like he has two lightsabers.
I do like a nice glow-in-the-dark figure. That's cool.
And then, well, the other thing I got with the letter, I think, is supposed to be a surprise, so I can't show that, but then I got some backdrops. I got Jabba's palace backdrop, and I cut off one of the ends so I can just put one over the other, and I've got the barbecue.
Oh, cool.
Backdrop.
Oh. Were they from the last 17 as well, yeah?
Yeah. That was just Retro Toy Guy Sai. I'm busy working out how to make bikinis explode.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I suppose that would make quite a good video, I suppose, you know. I mean, explosions and bikinis. So yeah, I guess that would be all right.
So I don't really have anything else to show off. That was just all my new stuff so far. But I did pre-order the Jabba's Denizens 4-pack from Hasbro Pulse, so I should be getting. I don't know when that'll be shipping.
Okay.
I haven't gotten my shipping notice from Hasbro.
Right.
Yeah, it should look really cool.
Yeah.
Retro Toy Guy Sai.
I think the guys you showed first, you know, Laxivrak and the demon-looking guy and that alien, they're really cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
And Lester Santa's stays in the chat.
Hey, Lester.
Yeah. Hello, Lester. So it's just the two of us so far.
Just the two of us.
Well, I will give out the link so anybody else in the chat can join us.
Just the two of us, you and I, you and I. Cool. What's that? Oh, hand pink waving.
And there is the StreamYard link for anybody in chat that wants to join us on StreamYard.
Jive.
And Delvian Seek saying good evening all. And it looks like Lester is here now.
Delvian, good evening, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, Lester.
Howdy, guys.
Hey, man.
And
You're sitting down. Andrew, good evening, sir.
Well, I normally don't prefer it, but sometimes it's just good to sit back and relax and just take some breaths, you know.
Yeah, man.
But
how's your week been?
What was that?
How has your week been?
Well, work keeps you busy, man. It was just a pretty busy morning, so I didn't get to slow down and set myself up to listen to or watch the streams while I'm working. So I was just busy cranking away at what I need to get done.
Yeah.
Pretty much trying to get used to using my KVM switch so I can split my keyboard and mouse between my two machines. And so far it's working okay. I don't know when it's gonna finally bust. You never know with products from China, but it's just I couldn't pass up on the price. It's something I probably should have done sooner. And so I don't have to go from one workspace physically to another workspace where my MacBook is docked somewhere and then my main PC is in another area where I have to physically go to. So I can just hit the switch and then juggle the two more easily. And I want to clear up enough desk space so I can have my desk back and I can have somewhat of a dining table.
And what's that? What's your shirt, your t-shirt say?
Oh, it's a Filipino pun on Nintendo. It's supposed to be Manileño, which is like a play on Nintendo. But
so it's not any Filipino word that means Nintendo or
no, it's just a fusion of Manila and then the ending of Nintendo.
Okay. And we got Retro Toy Guy Sai joining us now on camera. Hello, Sai.
Oh,
good evening, sir.
Oh, good afternoon. Hello.
We were just talking about Lester San Jose's t-shirt. It's a play on words on Nintendo.
Filipino Nintendo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't got my glasses on. I thought it did say Nintendo.
No, it says Manileño. It's play on the Filipino, I think, town of Manila.
Yep, and the ending of Nintendo, but instead of
So, how you doing, Si? How have you been this week?
Yeah. The last couple of weeks have just been insanely busy with work and kids and just craziness.
Is your thumb better now?
Well, it's a bit gross.
It is.
It doesn't look too bad. A bit of the mouth. I've surgically removed it with an electrician's cable cutter. But it's it's just a bit weird. I've made a couple of movies and I'm trying to hide my thumb.
Oh no!
Right.
Movies, videos. I keep saying movies. I don't make movies. I make videos.
Well, I mean, same thing, isn't it?
Well, it's like if you clumped all the episodes of Ahsoka, you might end up with a movie, but then you have to figure out the guesswork is which parts of each episode can you put into a cohesive and coherent movie. That is all I'll say.
Well, yeah. I think it's a reason why it's a long-form TV series.
What was that, Retro Tie?
Sorry, man.
Hey, it's a reason why it's a TV series and not a movie.
Well,
Yeah.
even with
Hey, Rolando.
well, the main guff I have with it is, what's the story? I don't even know where it begins. I don't know even where the middle is, and I would perish to think what the ending is because there's only one episode left. Let's just put it that way. And I don't think I've had to watch all episodes. I just knew right there and then that it's just something's got to have an end with the bridge if you want to hook for another season. But I still don't know what the movie is about. If the subtitle is what I thought it was going to be, Master and Apprentice, they didn't do anything about that. There's no story about discipleship or mentorship because I kind of go through that on a personal level at work and then another level at my church where, obedience comes at a cost, and obedience is a bit humbling, so you might feel humiliated, and I don't see any of that happening in the series. Like they haven't even defined what relationship they want to focus on, because
Yeah,
that
did you see Rebels? The
I don't know.
Ultimate
See,
Series
even
Rebels.
I
It-
no
it-
no
because
I
this is more like Rebels season 5
yeah,
than it is.
that's
Yeah,
what everyone
it's
is
got the wrong
saying.
name. But
That's what everyone is saying, but it's just I didn't care for the Ahsoka character when I was watching Clone Wars. I think I watched 2 iterations. I remember the one that came out on Cartoon Network, and then somehow that got pushed aside for what I noticed when I started watching Netflix more seriously. Like Netflix, there were only a few things catching my eye at the time. Like I could only binge so much in a week, or just the act of binging something over a weekend, because I just have so many things I want to do anyway. Uh, yeah.
no,
My life isn't chained to Netflix. Maybe when I was laid off, yeah, but not now. I took advantage of all the free time I had during that Rona layoff I had. And then
I only have Disney. Disney's the only one that I have at the moment, and really I only have that because I've got kids. There's
yeah.
a whole load of
Yeah.
stuff I would not have seen if I didn't have kids.
Are you guys
My
watching?
boys really enjoy all the Star Wars stuff and the Marvel stuff, so I kind of watch it with them. And there's stuff I enjoy, and there's stuff that
What about
really
Bluey?
I hate.
Bluey was apparently Bluey is apparently the bigger catch on Disney Plus, even though they don't own that property. It's something.
Right,
I
what?
don't
I don't
even
know
know
how
what
young your
that is.
kids are. It sounds like your kids are not that young, or are they young?
No, they're 11 and 13.
See, that's what I figured. They wouldn't want to watch a.
No,
I think
but
the
yeah, no, there was series like the Obi-Wan series that was
yeah,
a real big letdown.
sure.
Yeah, it was.
That seemed for some bizarre reason that seemed to be aimed towards like little kids with the little girl Princess Leia in it. And there's been a couple of the Marvel series, the Secret Wars or Secret Invasion or whatever it was, the last one with
Yeah.
that was just that started off really good. I thought it was going to be like a super spy adventure, but it just and what was the other one? Miss Marvel. Jesus, that was awful. But I just accept these things are not made for me. So the kids like them. Whatever, man. I'm 46 now. I'm not 13. So
Yeah,
it's the same as my grandfather hated anything that had to do with space. He hated Star Wars, hated Star Trek, all that
yeah,
kind of stuff. So when it was my birthday or my Christmas, I would always get, that's where I get my toy soldiers from and things like that from my
Oh,
grandfather.
okay.
I'd never get any
Right.
Star Wars or anything from him because
Uh-huh.
he hated all that kind of stuff. It's just, but then
Uh,
it was just not made for him.
yeah, 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 I can see that.
yeah. I
Um,
think for me, and I've done this for decades, no matter what sector of entertainment we're talking. Music especially, I've been a bubble. Gaming, I'm in my own bubble. Like right now, I'm I'm gorging on throwback games. So I picked up a retro classic called Joe and Mac, Caveman Ninja. I did a video on that.
Caveman Ninja.
Yeah. And then all the other Data East titles. Like there was a game I remember back in the day as a kid, Bad Dudes. I'm gonna pick that up likely this week because it's payday. But I don't need a lot of the games because I remember certain gaming publications. I don't know what it's like. It was like in England, but in America we had a thing called Game Pro, and I don't know if they had a section of that within England, but they had a 5-level review in terms of how does it look like, how does it sound like, how are the controls, and then fun factor. And so for me, it doesn't take a lot to have fun, at least when it comes to games. If the controls are good, they're not wonky, and the graphics don't look too antiquated, and I can get into it, I figured that's fun. So I don't. That's another thing that keeps me from having to buy the next console or upgrade my
Yeah.
graphics card, right? And so
Andrew making a good point there. That
when
he wishes that he still
Yeah.
had that same mindset as when he was a kid. I wish yeah, it's all part of getting older, I guess.
Well, that was something I discussed with other people in a stream. I think it's Comics Division or somewhere. Like, there's no more sense of timelessness because they're trying to build on something and kind of imposing that on us instead of
Yeah.
listening to folks like us and say, hey guys, like my brother thanked me for introducing him to Tears for Fears. And they hadn't pushed anything until recently. So it's a lot of their old stuff, but because they haven't really pushed anything out there, at least nothing of notoriety at the time, that I still relied on their stuff from the 80s. And I think they had an album out in the 90s, early 90s, very cutting of the 90s, where as I was in college, I still listened to that stuff. And my brother apparently gave me credit for introducing him to Tears for Fears that way. So when we got to see them in July, it was like old and new together. So that's how you pass on a property. So before everything happened with Marvel and the Star Wars, you still relied on the older stuff, and you say, hey, this is what I'm into. Hey, you're gonna like this too. Like when your Ninja Turtles came out, it came out right around the time my brother was born, or a little bit after that. But that was our introduction to the Turtles, and my mom, we fed him the Turtles, and then he took it and ran with it. That's how you create timelessness.
Yeah.
That's why
Yeah, but the thing,
Oh, go ahead.
thing is, what they're doing now. Let's take Star Wars for example.
Okay.
What they seem to be doing now is that they people like us who are the old original fans. You know,
Right.
we all like the original trilogy, yeah. But now there's a group of people that grew up with the prequels. Now,
Right.
prequels were 20 years ago. So if you were 10 when you saw the prequels, you're 30 now.
Right.
Mhm.
Kind of scary. And yeah, and now you have the sequel movies. So they're the movies that my boys have grown up with. You also have the Clone Wars, the cartoon series, and everything. So there's so many different generations, and
Yeah.
it's not you cannot satisfy everyone because
No.
everyone's at different stages, and and that's what they're trying to do with everything. So with the Ahsoka, yeah, I kind of agree. It's gone a bit confusing, but I love it because I love the sound effects in it. I love the music for it. I love the way that it's gone it's Star Wars, but it's also sort of Lord of the Rings. It's this kind of weird fantasy thing now. So you could even say, okay, it's not even Star Wars, but it's just ringing all my bells. I'm just loving it.
Yeah,
So
I'm enjoying it.
yeah,
I'm enjoying it. I've got to say, I didn't have high hopes after Obi-Wan and Andor. I really wasn't very optimistic about it, but I've actually really been enjoying it. I mean, it's got its stupid moments like they all have, but and it's yeah, there's some inconsistencies, but on the whole, I've thought it was quite good. It's the most Star Warsy thing I've seen in a while. I didn't feel that Andor was particularly Star Warsy.
Oh,
Yeah,
Andor was really gritty. It was more for the adult
right.
fan base, I guess. That's what I thought. I
Yeah.
mean, I also had some beautiful bits in it where TIE fighters flying through valleys and things. I really like that kind of stuff, and I kind of like that sort of. It was more like a Dirty Dozen war movie
Yeah,
kind of thing. So my
Right.
kids didn't really enjoy that one, but I really enjoyed it because it was
Oh,
more adult.
okay.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
it didn't grab me.
Okay.
Well, that's the thing. Like everyone gets grabbed by something else. Like
Yeah.
when I look at
Everyone's different. Everyone's
yeah,
different. That's the
so
thing.
so like when it comes to that initial impression, so I couldn't get into it because the acting was dry, the pacing was what it was. At least with Obi-Wan, I can at least on the surface say that I enjoyed it because there are those moments that can grab someone like me, and at the same time when I look back on it, it's like yeah, the execution is lacking quite much, and that's the
Yeah.
same with Ahsoka. At the same time, Ahsoka did not touch me in any way because
Yeah.
except for I hate to say it, but everyone's talking about how I'm more pulled by Ray Stevenson's character because somehow Ray Stevenson can survive his circumstances, bad writing or whatever, or bad directing. That somehow what little he's been given, he's taken and run with that, whether that's just by his own genius or just his mere on-screen presence. Now, when you bring in someone like Ahsoka, I'm in the minority. I don't really think Rosario Dawson is that kind of actress. If in the right casting, in the right ensemble, I think she can shine. But I don't know if she can command the screen. Not many actors or actresses can do that.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever really seen many of her movies. I can't even off the top of my head think of one movie that I've seen that had
I've seen
was young.
maybe 2, 3 movies with her in. I think she's a good actress. I'm not sure she was the right choice for Ahsoka. Um,
Mm.
but I can't think of a better one, so I shouldn't really criticize really because I can't think of anyone
Yeah.
who would be good in that role. I thought the actress that played Sabine Wren was very good. I thought she did the character quite well. And
Yeah.
I like the actress that played Hera Syndulla. I like her as an actress anyway. And I thought she was pretty good. Maybe a little bit old. Maybe I'm not that familiar with with Rebels, so I don't know.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
that's where you and I will likely differ as far as the actress playing Sabine. Like, I just think that whole Ezra dynamic was a little wonky, especially when I watched episode 7. I'm like, why is Homeboy deferring? It's like he didn't want to touch his lightsaber anymore. What are you doing? You're supposed to be the Jedi between the two. And Sabine, it's like she's in the middle of an identity crisis. I'm supposed to be a
Yeah,
Mandalorian.
Yeah. But I think that's the point. I think that's the point. She's stuck between has she got the Force? Can she be a Jedi? If she can be a Jedi, then Mandalorians and Jedis are supposed to be enemies. So it's very there's a whole episode in Rebels where she's being trained by Kanan, the Jedi Master.
Oh,
And
Okay.
yeah.
Well, see, that's a
And
thing, and that's where I was making an observation about if a series has a time budget. By that I mean like, okay, the show's been okayed by production, and they are given certain time allowances. the one thing I don't get is there's a helter-skelter in terms of how long each episode is supposed to run. And I've seen a lot of television shows, abroad and domestic, well, particularly with the Asian ones, they can easily go around an hour and a half runtime. But number one, the inconsistencies with those runtimes is it's like, do you not have a consistent budget of time so that you can tell your story as best as possible? Because at least among the punditry, some will say, oh, you didn't need this episode. You didn't need these 2 episodes. You didn't need these 3 episodes to tell your story. That's where I'll go ahead, Retro.
Yeah, I don't know how they work it out these days. Netflix shows, Disney shows, you'll see they're not always say like half an hour episode or 45 minutes. Sometimes they're 45, sometimes they're half hour, sometimes they're an hour, sometimes they're just over an hour. I know why they do it. It's because when you're fixed to TV, you're given an hour slot or half hour. Hey Tim, how you doing, man?
Hello. But I had a question for Lester. What did you mean by helter-skelter?
Well, helter-skelter, it just means it's disorganized. It's not methodical. It's not, there isn't a rhyme or reason why one episode goes for about 36 minutes versus one going for 40 minutes. And this last episode I watched, not even an hour. Like, if you either want to crop it down to 20, 30-minute runtime, like minus commercials, most TV episodes, like cartoons, for example, they usually run for about half an hour. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with a 24-hour or a 24-minute runtime, as long as you get the bolts tightened in terms of the story. That way, you can make things such that even though their runtime may be long, you can make it such that it doesn't feel that long, if that makes sense. You know?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what were you saying about the hour-long time slot? Well,
you normally have I'd say it's going to be on TV, then they give you an hour. So let's say from 8 till 9. Then if it's on the BBC, then you don't have any adverts, so you get an hour-long program. But if it's on a commercial channel where you're going to have commercials in there, then that normally takes up about 15 minutes. So you end up with a 45 minute or 40-minute program, but then with so many adverts stuffed in. But with Netflix, you don't have any adverts, so you can do 2-hour episodes if you want. But like Lester's saying, you have to have the story to fill that up. And I don't know if they say, hey, Ahsoka now has to be 8 episodes. You've got 8 episodes, but you can make the episodes as long as you like, or you're constricted to, they can't be more than an hour.
Right.
I think that's what Lester was saying about them just being all over the place and messed up time-wise.
And it's like, because the Netflix series I remember most, where it's almost like Netflix was piloting a shorter season. I remember watching the first Voltron reboot on Netflix. I think it started out as 8 episodes. And then once they got, I'm pretty sure that series might have ended already, but I noticed that they cut the number of episodes for the subsequent seasons. So it went from like 8 to 4. And it's like, that makes about a good sense, especially if you look into what it costs to make a title, whether we're talking movie or TV. So it's like, do we really need 8 episodes to tell our point? Because that's what it feels like to me. A lot of what I've seen through Ahsoka is, a lot of it is filler that doesn't need to be there. And right now, I don't know what the story is about. I still don't.
I think that's with every TV show, where you get the one episode that's just there's just no advancement in the story, or maybe you get a little bit at the beginning and then a little bit at the end, and the bit in the middle is just nonsense. Or what you get these days is you get an episode where just at the beginning is something and just at the end is something, but the bit in the middle that is to set up another TV show or another
Right.
movie,
Right. Yeah.
and then you,
Yeah.
if you haven't seen that episode, the movie doesn't make any sense. That's the
Yeah.
problem with a lot of stuff now, especially with the Marvel and the Star Wars that they're doing. They're so all in making this big world and everything's combined on everything else.
The
Yeah,
the
it's like
Blu-
the Boba Fett TV series was just a massive letdown.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
then if you didn't see one episode of the Boba Fett, then the Mandalorian season 3 doesn't make sense.
I only
Yeah.
came across the term member berries recently with the punditry surrounding Ahsoka. So if I'm gonna stick with that term, and I'm thinking they could have used a better set of member berries that actually could have filled the gap that for those who did not want to watch Rebels or Clone Wars, that they could have
Yeah.
used that time a lot better. That's like you can still have the series stand on its own 2 feet. And I don't know if Ahsoka needed that tie-in with Anakin because you just ruined that whole Anakin arc. That they could have done something with Sebastian Shaw's Anakin. I would have figured. And for me, when I look at all that's available in terms of Star Wars, my canon is because I'm sorry, there hasn't been a conciliar decree on what's canon. It's either what George Lucas says, what Disney says, but the fans are fighting back because no, my canon is the OG trilogy to some extent, the prequels, and then the EU novels, particularly Heir to the Empire, which I need to get back to reading because that's my Thrawn.
Yeah.
Right.
Everyone was making a joke about how Lars Mikkelsen's Thrawn, he looks like a cross between a Blue Man Group or Data with blue eyes and blue face and red eyes.
See, they made because he does the voice of Thrawn in the Rebels TV
Right.
series. That's why they won't get him. So if you close your eyes, he sounds like Thrawn, obviously, because it's his voice.
Right.
But yeah, I agree. When you look at him, he doesn't have no.
Like
Okay. I had no frame of reference because I hadn't seen Rebels or the Clone Wars, so I've got nothing to base it against. I mean, I'm sure if I had seen the animated series, I'm sure there are either Easter eggs or little sort of nods to that in Ahsoka. I'm sure there are, and I'm
right.
sure they've gone over my head entirely. But
Yeah.
while I've been watching Ahsoka, I haven't come across any parts where I've thought, oh, I'm missing something here. I've been able to follow it okay, so I think
Yeah.
they must have done a
Yeah.
reasonable job in having it as a standalone series and not requiring you to have watched Rebels, because I don't feel that I've missed anything major. I mean, I
Yeah.
probably, like I said, I probably have, but it doesn't feel like that.
Oh, but I'm glad that you're enjoying it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I am. Yeah.
For my recommendation.
Right. No, that's what matters at the end. Like we can give our takes, and it's very important that we can take each other's takes for what they are, and it's going to be up to us how much we want to run with that. And a lot of the things I come across, especially among the pundits, is like that's a perspective, that's a perspective, that's a perspective. Now, where does each of those or all of those fit within my grander perspective? Only time will tell.
Yeah.
It's all
Disney and Netflix or all these big companies, they've got a massive problem, which is they're trying to satisfy everyone, and
Right.
that's just not possible.
right.
It's, you know, we all make
Yeah.
our videos, and we have an audience, and some people watch the whole video, some people watch 2 seconds. I'm
Yeah.
going
Yeah.
through a phase at the moment of
So
what videos should I make? Well, how should I make them? Should I put more
Yeah.
humor in? Should I make them more serious? And I
It's-
started off making videos for myself, and now
Yeah.
I'm trying to please an audience. And then you see,
Yeah.
oh, this person is
And at
subscribed
times
on
it can
this.
go on.
Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, at times it can feel like you're spreading yourself quite thin, doesn't it?
Right.
Yeah. Well, I see who my subscribers are. So you say, okay, this guy subscribed to a video about Britons. Okay, great. And this guy subscribed to a video about remote control cars. So then I say, oh well, no, I should do more Britons, and then I should do more remote control cars. But yeah, I don't have the stuff, or I don't have the time, or I'm personally not interested in that at that time. I want to do something else. So do I do it for myself? Do I do it for the audience? And then I went down a whole rabbit hole of watching too many YouTube advice videos. They're all like, oh yeah, you have to do shorts, and if you do shorts, make sure you do 5 a day. No,
Right.
no, no. It's, you know, so I did 1 or 2 a week or something like that, and then
Yeah.
now I've just stopped because I watch my kids watch shorts. That's all they watch on their telephone, and they're literally just going plim 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 plim.
That's what I noticed.
Yeah.
That's another reason why I don't know if I'll put together a separate shorts channel, but I unpublished my shorts for the reason Retroblasting explained why he took down his. Because I did that. Plus, I'm not into, because I actually witnessed father and son go through shorts like cookies.
Yeah.
One. I'm like, you really get enjoyment out of that? Not to make a character judgment, but it's like, I don't know if I could do that. I'm very much into deep dives, and so.
But if you look at shorts and see the ones that get the most views, they're basically a compilation video of people falling over. That's all it is. This is like the funniest home videos, just a minute long.
That's not even that funny to be falling over. You could get hurt doing that.
No,
exactly. I'm always feeling the pain of these people falling over. I don't find it particularly funny.
They're hoping you'll laugh at the stupidity of the persons or people involved in those videos, because there is a bit of that comedic element. But even that, I'm more into deep dive and analysis, or at least something that I think people would want to sit, because that's how I enjoyed YouTube when I was laid off in 20 for that Rona stuff. But in terms of my naivete with YouTube and metrics, I'm more about, it's nice that I get a view, but when I look at the numbers, they say average view is like less than 5 minutes, like whatever. We're in the shorts generation. I'm not going to do shorts. I'm sorry. But
this is how I see it. I don't know if I'm right or not, but this is how I see it.
Right.
You could have 10 people watch your entire video.
Yeah.
So you had a 10-minute video,
right,
and 10 people watch the whole video. Great.
Right.
One person watches it for 20 seconds, and it drags that average right down.
Yep. Right.
That's how I see it. I don't know if that's how it works, because I don't know how the algorithm works, but by the law of averages, that's how averages work.
Exactly.
And it can only take a couple of people just to watch it for 20, 30 seconds, click away, and it brings your whole average down, and then it makes you think, oh well, my average view is 4 minutes. Well, actually, it's not. You know, the majority of people might be watching the whole video, and it's just 2 or 3 individuals that are bringing that average down. But I might be wrong about that. But
that's why I want to stop. My videos are too long. They're going over 12 minutes. They're going over 10 minutes. Really, I want to keep them between 5 and 10 minutes, because what you say, I mean, if you watch a video for 5 minutes, then that's easier to watch than a video for 10 minutes.
Right.
So then your average is going to go up higher because people watch longer, I guess.
Right.
But I really I don't even pay attention to the average watch time and all that kind of nonsense. The thing that gets me is when I spend like a week editing a video and everything, you put it up and you get 30 views.
Yeah.
And And then the
My-
same
Yeah,
thing
I
you can
appreciate that. I've never
My-
really made I've never
Okay.
made short videos from scratch really. The shorts that I put on my channel are just clips from
Yeah.
my Skeletor episodes, and they're
Yeah.
just they're almost like a channel trailer. That's how I see them. I will keep doing them because I've got a foot I've got a foot each side of the fence really.
Right.
I prefer to make long form videos. I
Yeah.
prefer to watch long form videos, but
Yeah.
I do recognize that there is an audience for short. So I'm quite happy to keep putting shorts out on my channel, but I'm not prepared to spend the time, even if it's only 5 minutes, to
Mhm.
to to make a 1 minute video. That's not worth the effort for me.
Right.
The juice isn't
It would
worth the
all
squeeze for me,
it
which
would
is why
always
I
take me
clip.
about. I did about between an hour and 2 hours to make one minute video. And
Right.
sometimes
Yeah,
less. To find all good little clips, and I try and put like little gifs, and then you edit it all together, and then
Yeah.
yeah,
bung it out, and then try to find the one good thing about shorts was that there was such a vast music library, so you could always find a nice bit of music to put on it.
Yeah.
But
oh,
finding
okay,
that bit of music would take ages, and to
Right.
get it lined
right.
up so that it starts at the right time, and no,
Yeah. No, I get it.
it's
I
if it was my profession, if it was my job, then that's fine. But
Yeah,
trying to do it around doing a job and
Right.
looking after a household,
Right.
um, yeah, it just doesn't happen. You
yeah,
end up ignoring your kids because you're trying to put your top 5 Bond girls together.
yeah,
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
I try to just keep it simple and not worry too much because like you, Retro Toy, I work a day job. Um, yes, but I like more. I'm more into the likes, comments because it'll help determine what I put out there. Other than that, if not for the comments, I wouldn't have so much Linux stuff on my channel that I do now. But that helps guide me where I want to, where I think people will be engaged most. I do put out other topics, and like I do an unboxing of my minimalist shoes that I purchased not too long ago. I compare them to the Vibram 5 Fingers I've worn for years. And, it might not have the traction as my gaming, but that's the stuff I want to put out there because it's my brain. It's what I want to put out there. And if you like it, great. If you don't, okay. If you want me to try
yeah,
putting something else out there, I'll let you know if I can or not. It's
yeah. I mean, there's a balance to be struck, isn't there,
yeah,
between making videos that you enjoy making, that you're motivated and enthusiastic about, and on the other hand, making stuff that the audience wants to see. And I think there is a balance to be had there.
right,
I don't believe in making videos purely for the audience if it means
right,
that I'm not enjoying it, because
right,
then why am I doing it? I'm not monetized. I'm not making any money from doing this.
right,
Um, I need to enjoy what I'm doing, and if I feel resentful towards the audience because they're looking for a particular content that I'm having to provide them, and it's not really my cup of tea, then
right,
I shouldn't be
yeah.
doing this, you know. But
Then
equally,
it
you can't just do it for yourself and ignore the audience, because if it wasn't for the audience, you wouldn't be doing it possibly
right,
anyway. So I do
yeah.
think there is a line to be walked there, and I think it can be tricky sometimes, and it can vary from video to video. Sometimes I'll be making a video purely for myself, and
right,
I'm lucky that the audience are prepared to watch it, and other weeks I feel, no, well, actually, I did that more for the audience than me because I didn't get much out of it. So I think it's a bit of a high wire act at times.
Yeah.
sure, sure,
There is someone that was really upset that one of my videos only got a few views last week.
mm,
Oh, puppy!
Yeah, I saw your
Oh,
video on that earlier this morning about how you were talking about that very thing about not doing as many shorts, and
Yeah.
and the puppy needing, if he wants to be visible again, you have to be at a certain subscriber threshold. I thought that was kind of cute and funny. Uh-oh.
Hey, it's what is that? The big it's a lamb. Hey lammy.
I got a new lammy.
Nice.
Oh, it's got big eyes.
He has, yeah. I thought I'd
Oh,
wait.
but
I was going to ask you where Puppy was because Lammy wanted to meet him. So
oh. See, I've worked out that Puppy doesn't talk. Puppy is actually telepathic, like most cuddly
oh,
toys.
okay.
Get telepathic with their owners. So I
Yeah.
can hear him, but no one else can. He's got his own. I have made the review video for Puppy, but yeah, people voted not to see it, so it's not coming up for
Oh,
a few weeks. So he's once again
Um,
disappointed and crying.
Andrew, this is neither Big Lammy nor regular sized Lammy. This, I think, is going to be uh, a new kind of Lammy, but I'm not sure what. I don't know if he's going to be drunk Lammy because he doesn't sit up properly. When I sit him down, he always falls over like this. He won't sit up properly. Um, or maybe drug-induced psychosis Lammy. I'm not quite sure.
He has kind of
Um,
got those eyes, hasn't he?
yeah, yeah. So it remains to be seen what particular kind of Lammy this is. But yeah, I saw him in the charity shop, and I couldn't resist him really. He was staring up at me from the soft toy bin. And I thought, well, I've got two Lammies, I might as well have three.
Will he
Now
be
he's
Um,
making an
asking, is it
appearance
big
on
eyed
Sunday?
Lammy?
a big-eyed Lammy. Yeah, no, I think I think he's going to be there's going to be something wrong with him. I think that'll be funniest. But I've tried to sit him on the sofa because when I got him, I thought, oh, he'll look really good sitting there, like this, sort of
Mhm.
sitting. But he doesn't. When I let go of him, his head flops back and he collapses. So
Yeah, Puppy's a bit
yeah.
like that as well. He hasn't got any. He's got pens stuck in his back now to hold him up.
Oh.
Mm. Oh, no, I'm
He had
sorry.
splints in his legs last time.
Yeah, it's well, he's old. He's 322 dog years old. So
Yeah, that is pretty old. He's doing
yeah,
well.
he's kind of sitting on my laptop now, but he's just out of frame. You can just see one ear. Oh, and he's not going to sit up. It's past his bedtime. He needs to go back in his cabinet with his Smurfs.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
well,
he's saying
anybody that's
he's saying
watching,
please subscribe. Please
yeah,
subscribe.
absolutely. Anyone that's watching that isn't subscribed to Retro Toy Guy, please hop over and give him a sub because he only needs 10 more, and then he's gone 200, and then Puppy can be released from his cabinet of doom and
Yeah,
live in the fresh air with the
yeah.
with
Yeah.
a nice
He has
life.
allergies. He's in a cabinet with Smurfs and he's allergic to them. So
Oh,
keeps sneezing and he's yeah, poor guy. But
oh.
sometimes you need to I don't know what you call hold something at ransom to get what you need. So 10 more subs and he can
Yeah.
be
So
free.
everyone, please hop over to Retro Toy Guy Sai and give him a sub. He only needs 10 more for 200, like I said. So that'd be really good if we can get him there by the end of the month. I mean, how long have we got now? What's the
Thank
date
you,
today?
Andrew.
27th. Come on, we can get him there by the end of October, definitely. Thanks,
Yeah.
Andrew. Appreciate it, man.
Puppy says thank you.
Yeah, that's the thing with me. Like I don't know if I'll ever get to that point of a huge subscriber base, but I guess I have to take solace in this idea of numbers low, but the quality is high in terms of subscribers. I don't know. I mean, like I said,
Yeah.
the thing that worries me most is I want feedback. Tell me how to improve. If you like what you
Yeah.
got, what you see, great. Throw a thumbs up. That tells me more than subscribers, because I think there was a time where most of the views, and I don't know where they're coming from, because when you look at the numbers, it's kind of striking. I don't know about you guys, but I had a for a period of time where most of my viewers were from Russia. I do have some church videos I don't think I've taken down, but apparently there might be a demand for those, because when I looked at my numbers, look, they're watching those. Okay, I'm not going to take them down. The other thing too is the bulk of the viewers were non-subscribers. So okay, I guess I'm showing up somewhere in the algorithms, and if
Yeah.
I've gotten some likes, which is nice. I'm very appreciative. At the same time, I want to read comments, because there was at least one game I played, and Comics Division corrected me. I am not going to age restrict my videos ever again, because maybe that game would have gotten more views, because I figured it might get a good laugh. There's a clip I might create out of that, but I'm probably going to leave a strong disclaimer. This video, like a lot of my videos, aren't made for kids.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I
It's better to do it that way. If you age restrict your video, YouTube will bury it.
Yep.
Yeah, and then
I
no
did
one will
that-
be
I
able
did
to
that with
comment
one
on
of
it,
my-
and then you'll have no idea what's going on.
Right. So
Yeah.
it's just
I age restricted one of my videos, and it literally didn't move. It didn't get off the starting block. It got about 3 views, and I was like, this is ridiculous. So I changed the age restriction, and it shot up immediately. Within an hour, I'd got 50 views. So that tells me that the age restriction really does bury it.
Yeah.
But it's also sometimes you can put a video up and it gets no traction in the first week.
Right.
And then you're like, okay, well, that's a dead video then. But then suddenly it will just go up and up and up and up. I made a video about the Britain's Second World War little soldiers, and that did sort of like in the first week nothing. Then over a month it went up to 500, and I was like, okay, that's good. Then it went flat for a while, and then just before summertime it picked up again, and now I'm on 2,500 views, something like that, on that video. It's just picked up traction, but I have no idea how the algorithm is working, and the YouTube algorithm. I guess it would pick up your videos and go, oh, these videos are about toys, so they need to go to this audience, and then it would shovel them out to anyone that's watching stuff about toys. But I don't think it does that very well.
It's like I don't beg. I don't want to come off as begging for this or that. Like some people are good about it. Some people are. They do a good job of like saying, hit the like and subscribe and blah blah blah. I'm not one to like beg for those things, but it's just like I try now to say, yeah, sub would be great, but I prefer more people comment on my videos, because they always say like, share, and subscribe, but also leave a comment to defeat those. I call them algorithms, just because I spell out Al Gore, and just to keep on playing that game about him creating the internet. So.
Yeah.
I mean, reading movies has made a comment here which sort of feeds into what you were saying, Lester. Reading movies says that he finds it interesting that some channels can have thousands of subs, but their views per video is less than 1,000. And I think that sort of mirrors what you were saying about quality over quantity. I would rather have 300 subs that watch the videos than 1,000 that don't.
Right.
And I think view time and watch time is more valuable than sub count.
Right.
I mean, I've said for a long time I might not have the biggest sub count on YouTube, but my subs are absolutely salt of the earth. You know, top guys.
Well, you always get loads of comments.
Engage. Yeah, they comment. They contribute to Skeletor's channel, and I couldn't be more happy with the subs that I've got, and I would like Lester said, I'd rather have quality subs than a high number that are kind of wishy-washy. Like that's no good to me at all.
If you look at your Skeletor channel, that wouldn't exist if people
Right.
didn't comment on it.
Right.
You wouldn't have the next episode because
Yeah,
it depends on people asking the questions
yeah, of course, yeah,
to get going for the next one.
yeah.
So
Exactly.
there's obviously a good audience for it as well.
I mean,
Yeah,
what I
I mean,
take solace in is Retro Blasting reached a subscriber milestone, and he said he could have reached it faster, but then he said, "Well, that wouldn't be. I'm not looking to appease a metric just to appease a metric." And to Andrew's point, that's possible, especially if you come from those countries that have a national. I like to call it a national firewall. We know who those countries
Yeah.
are, but yeah. Channel names, you can use the @ symbol. So like, especially what I find interesting in YouTube is if you go to a video's comments section, you'll see the channel handle, and you can put the @ symbol to that, and it should take you right to the channel. So like, my YouTube handle is @TheSkepticTank. So if you just type in @TheSkepticTank, it should show me up as one of the immediate results. Because you'll see that you likely will not see a person's name, but you'll see their channel handle. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Tim, how does Lester's name appear on the screen?
Let's see. Let me take this.
Because
Yeah, it just says,
you see,
it just says Lester San Jose is all it
you
says.
see that's different. Whereas Sai and I, our names are the same as our channels.
Right. It's a mouthful, and I battled this because when I started getting more participatory on YouTube, everyone addressed me as Lester San Jose. And then for me to get my channel going, like, what do I put in there? It's like, I'm not going to sacrifice one for the other. So Lester San Jose, the Skeptic Tank, is a mouthful, and people can see what it is. So if you just want to call me Lester or Lester San Jose, that is totally fine. Like
Knights of Old, I'll type in Sai's channel so that you can find it.
Yeah, I don't have the chat open, so if I put the chat open, then I get feedback. So I haven't been able to do that.
Right, I'll just pop that in the chat now.
Yep.
And Lester, can you put yours in there as well?
Yeah. Should be. That's what you should be able to do. It's like what you put at the end of YouTube.com, and you put the /, and you should get away with putting the @ and the handle.
Yeah.
So that's I like that, and it's funny how when you look at your channel settings, it gives a different, or when you go to view your channel itself, it gives off a different address, which is kind of wonky, a little inconsistent in my mind. So I'm like, at some point, I may or may not get off YouTube. Depends. They haven't flagged me, although I still get a little annoyed when my brother, who's a music artist, covers a song and then YouTube throws out the copyright claim. Like, my brother's covering the song with a ukulele in a live musical space. Like,
yeah.
Can you not share that? And that's one of the reasons why I have a little bit of frustration with the overlords, because I'm about to post a follow-up video from a couple months ago with my brother. We went to this place called Karaoke from Hell, and we all covered tracks because it's a karaoke place, a live band karaoke place. So we had like a lot of folks who go to this place in downtown Portland, and they sing their hearts out. I heard a dude sing a Shania Twain song. If he wants to sing that, more power to him. He did okay with it. But I would imagine the overlords are going, copyright claim for what? I don't get it. So it's like YouTube used to be a space where everybody can share their videos, and now they're like copyright claim. It's like, do you not? You wonder why there's little to no brand loyalty for YouTube these days, is because they're discouraging content providers from putting out their videos. And why do you think they want to go to another platform?
Yeah, the worst thing is when people start making a living out of YouTube, and then all of a sudden YouTube turns around and goes, "Oh, yeah, we've demonetized you."
Right.
It's
Right.
exactly what happened to Dean at All Things 80s.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, demonetized. Now, why? They wouldn't even tell him what video was wrong.
See,
And
that's the big frustration, is you don't know why.
Yeah.
Well,
And
it's kind of
can happen to anyone. Just suddenly the rug gets pulled out from under you, and there you are.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I'm kind of glad I'm a small channel.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I'm pushing to get 200 subs. It's a
Right.
nice round number, isn't it? But you know, I have no wish to have 1 million subs and have to do this every day, and that's just no. Because then as soon as you become to rely on it, as you say, they can just pull the rug out from underneath you, and then is it gone?
But it's nice to get the numbers, you know, the 200, 250, 300, 350, you know, it's good to get them. And I like to get a little bit past it. I would say if you've got like 207 subs, you know that the 200 is safe. Because I got to 200 subs a couple of weeks ago, was really happy with it, and then it dropped back down to 198.
Oh God.
And it was frustrating, because I thought I'd got there, you know, but now I'm on 206 or something. I'm fairly sure that the 200 is safe.
It's that it's the blanking algorithms, because the way they don't want faux pas subscriptions, right? So they say if you just click subscribe, that's not enough. According to some YouTubers, it's not enough to click on subscribe. You have to watch a video or something, like prove that you're a legit subscriber. But the algorithms just, they're so arbitrary. Okay, I see. But
so
I'm going to be changing.
This is a bit of a this is a serious chill. I think let's change the subject.
Sure.
Monkeyboy, what have you got that's new, my friend?
I've got a few
bits
and pieces. Let's have a look. Well, I haven't bought any figures this week, but I did go into my garage and find a couple that I'd kind of forgotten about. First thing is this, which is the Takara World's Smallest Transformer, and this is open. I did open it, and I've got the World's Smallest Thrust.
Oh,
okay. And it actually transforms.
Yep, transforms into the robot. Yep. So that's the Decepticon Seeker Jet Thrust, World's Smallest. And I also found what I believe to be a knockoff SH Figure Arts Hulk figure. I'm not sure if this is genuine or not. I've got a feeling it might be a knockoff, but it's a fairly good knockoff if it is. But yeah, so there was a couple of things that I found. Oh, and I also found where is it? Oh no, it's up there. I found a Soundwave figure as well, a Hasbro diecast Soundwave figure, but I've put it over there now.
Oh, very cool.
So that was all right. I just had a bit of a rummage in the garage. I was looking for some old annuals that I had, Spider-Man and Superman and stuff like that, and I just happened to find these things in a box. Other than that, I've just got a massive stack of DVDs that I've bought. I'm not sure if anyone's interested in me running through those or not.
No, I'd be down. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, I have got there must be about 30 of them, so I won't go through them all. I'll perhaps save some for next week, but and these are all just random I haven't put these away yet. So the first one, Starsky and Hutch.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
the
that
one
was a good
with,
movie.
Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson.
Yeah, I remember that
Mhm.
being quite funny.
Yeah, it is pretty good. Enjoyed that. So pick that
Mhm.
one up. These are all charity shop finds. So these were all either £1 or some of them were 50p.
Yeah.
I got the 2-disc of the Hunger Games. Not a huge
Okay.
fan of the film, but I am a massive fan of Jennifer Lawrence. So pick that up. And
Ah.
again, oh no, it's a 3-disc, should I say, not
Oh.
2-disc, it's a
Oh,
3-disc.
bonus.
So
Oh,
and I've
I
got a
used to be a
feeling.
massive fan of Sandra Bullock, and I had all her movies on
Oh
VHS
yeah,
back in the day.
Oh.
And
yeah.
I didn't particularly like the movies, but I did like Sandra Bullock. Yes, so I understand.
So I'm gonna address
Um,
Andrew. It's not heresy if it wasn't declared such by a conciliar decree. It has to be from the fandom at large. It has to be a
oh,
single
I did
united
like
voice.
I did like Starsky and Hutch actually. But the film is good.
Yeah.
Even if you don't know the show, the film is good. Next, I picked up Resident Evil Extinction, 50p. So
Oh,
that's about what 65 cents. Um,
Yeah.
you know,
Nice.
I mean, it's probably not very good, but for that sort of price, it's fine, isn't it? Next, we've got a 2-disc of Underworld, which
Ooh.
isn't a bad film. It's probably
okay.
the best of the series, but I
Yeah.
realised that I didn't own that, so I picked that up. Next one, this is one, or the next two are. Well, hang on. Let's stick with the theme. Another one is Abraham Lincoln,
Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, yeah.
Vampire Hunter.
That will be that's something I need to look for because that would be a guilty pleasure kind of watch because I did see the
Okay.
preview. Yeah.
Never seen it. I don't anticipate it being brilliant, but
Oh, sure.
nevertheless, again, 50p, 65 cents or so.
Yeah.
I mean, why not?
Oh,
The next two are for these two are for Psy.
Oh, go ahead.
Spectre.
oh,
Okay.
Spectre.
That was
Yes,
all
very
right.
good.
All right.
Like a bit of Daniel Craig.
Yeah.
And so yeah, pick that up. And then I also got the Blu-ray of the Steelbook Blu-ray of Skyfall.
Okay.
Oh, very nice.
Okay.
Skyfall is better than Spectre.
Yeah.
If you watch Spectre and you think of the last Austin Powers movie, it's the same. It's kind of the same plot.
Yeah, it wasn't amazing, but again, for 50p, I wasn't gonna leave it in the shop.
No, definitely not.
Outside
Another
of
one I picked up, which I have seen, which is a good film, is Collateral.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Jamie
That one
Foxx
was very
and
good.
Tom Cruise. That's a good film.
Yep.
So I was pleased with that one. This isn't great, and I think I've bought this before, and I think I've actually got two of these now. I'm not sure. X-Men First Class, not the best
Okay.
movie,
Yeah.
but it was okay. I saw that
Oh,
on
I
a
thought
plane on the way to
I thought that
New
was
Zealand.
I thought that was a rather good movie, First
I
Class.
thought it was better than
Yeah,
because
it's all right.
I didn't care too much for the Bryan Singer X-Men, maybe for certain characters, but I just felt like when they brought out the X-Men for the first time in a live action, I just had this no. Because I like can you I don't know. I just didn't like that
Jason.
franchise. That's just me.
Yeah. Hello, Jason.
Hey, Jason. Is he?
Can you hear us, Jason?
Jason, can you hear us? Hello? Jason?
Oh no.
Yeah,
He's
something's
okay.
wrong with his.
Maybe he's having internet
Yeah,
troubles again.
He'll be back.
I was gonna
Another one I got, and I haven't seen this, so no spoilers. It's Dark Skies.
Ooh.
This
Oh,
one
I
looks
don't
a
think
bit
I've seen
weird
that
because
either.
I've got the
Ooh,
lenticular.
hologram.
It's got the lenticular cover on it. Haven't seen that, so I don't know if it's any good or not. But again, 50p.
Can't complain.
This is a good one. The Naked Gun trilogy.
Oh yes.
Oh yes, yes.
Well, the first film was good.
Oh yes.
And I think this was this might have been £3, but I think it's still worth it.
It's 3
Oh,
movies.
that's one per film. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So that was good. The next one, this is a bit of a groaner, I'm afraid, and I really only bought it for completion's sake. Jurassic World. I have seen it a couple of times, and I think these are probably guilty pleasures for me as well, because they're a bit shit, aren't they? Let's be honest. But
Well, yeah, I've yet to rewatch the OG Jurassic Park, and I should, because my local theater house, that's just hop and skip. They were showing it a couple of times, but that
yeah,
I
I
saw.
like the original.
Action Pop Dad.
Hey, APD.
Hey, hello Nick, how you doing, man?
And Jason's back now.
Ooh, Cowboys! I've seen it, but
Can you hear us?
Jason?
Don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
we
can
can hear you.
like,
Well, I can hear
your
you.
camera is set for filming shorts, though. It looks like.
No,
Yeah,
it's
you're on portrait.
He. That's how he's got his phone set up, right, Jason? You're on your phone.
Yeah, can you? I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yes,
hear you,
we
mate.
can hear you.
Yeah, I did what I call a rabbit amateur mood. I was on mute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's okay. We have our moments.
We're just going through my DVD picks, Jason.
I saw.
Cowboys and Aliens.
Good film.
It's not amazing, but it was okay. And again, like all of these, I mean, for £1, I'm not gonna leave that in the shop.
No, you can't.
No.
Like there's a Jackie Chan collection I've yet to crack open from the charity shop I got it from, but
Okay.
I don't know if they're any good.
well, you can't beat a bit of Jackie Chan.
Next ones I got. Someone has obviously got sick and tired of Underworld, because I've got Underworld Awakening,
Okay.
Underworld Evolution,
Okay.
Underworld Rise of the Lycans,
Okay. Yeah, I saw that.
and Underworld Blood Wars. And I have seen none of these movies.
Oh, I've seen them.
Okay.
Yeah, they're a little bit on the cheeky side, but it's just I saw those just to complete that overall lore. I don't know if they're.
Okay. I saw the first one.
Yeah, first one was
Seen them all
solid.
apart from the last.
I've
I
not
don't know
seen
what
any
order
of
they
them.
go in. I'll have to look it up and find out what order they go in and how many there are. I didn't know there were this many. I thought there were only 2 or 3. I'm not sure if I own them all or not, because I don't know how many there are. But I've got these 4 anyway. These were all sitting there, so I thought, yep, have all them.
Yeah.
It might be 5.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, there must be at least 6, because there's
Really?
Underworld, the first one. Oh no, is Rise of the Lycans number 2?
No,
Think so.
It came after, forgot which. I know it was in the middle. It was likely after 2, but I forget which one.
Okay, well there must be at least 6 then.
Yeah.
So yeah, bit of Kate Beckinsale in some leather and stuff. Why not?
Yeah. I'm not going to complain about Kate Beckinsale.
Another one that is supposed to be a good film that I'm not sure if I'll be able to follow or not, given my lack of short-term memory. Knives Out.
Oh, awesome movie.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a good film.
Awesome movie. Yeah.
Is it good?
And you got that £4.
£1, yeah.
Bloody.
Oh my
It's,
god.
it's not been out that long.
This was 50p.
not bad. Oh yeah.
That's
Yeah.
good.
No, the Knives Out is an awesome movie. Really,
Okay.
really good.
Okay, well I'll leave that on top of the pile and I'll watch that next then. And then I have still got another pile of DVDs that I bought that I haven't brought over to where I am. But this is the last one that I've brought over for now. And we were talking about this the other week.
Equalizer. Is that one or two?
Action Pop Dad.
First
Well,
one, the first one.
you're
Number
at least a nice guy,
Okay.
Action Pop Dad.
I started watching the first one, and I already knew that it's going to be a good one. I haven't finished it. That's my fault, but because I got the 4K on of that, and I did get the 4K for Equalizer 2. I will likely get the 4K for Equalizer 3 when it comes out. Because I know people
Have you finished Mission Impossible 2 yet?
What was that, Richard Boy?
Have you finished Mission Impossible 2 yet?
Oh, thank you for reminding me.
You're going to have to start it again from the beginning. You won't remember what's happened.
Oh, all I remember is Tandy Newton. Oops, am I saying too much? Wait, how is it pronounced? It's Tandy, right? Tandy Newton?
Tandy.
Yeah, Tandy Newton. Better actress than many give her credit for. Yeah.
She was good in Westworld.
Okay.
In the Westworld TV show. She
Yeah.
was good in that.
Yeah.
Andrew
So how have you been, Jason?
Fancy doll.
Let Cy finish first.
Andrew, Andrew did something really cool with a dollhouse by turning it into a fancy liquor cabinet.
Oh, cool.
Very good.
Oh, nice one.
Very good, Andrew.
I think I find dolls' houses quite creepy.
I
That might be
find dolls quite creepy, but you know. I've been all right.
If you could convert a Millennium Falcon into like a mini bar.
Yeah,
Well,
that'd be
that- something scale for life size.
You have to be really micro
Sorry.
drinks.
Yeah.
No, Jason, how's it going in my old town?
Yeah, not bad, mate. And a stone boat or checkers as it's really called got shut for a bit today.
Oh yeah,
Oh, we got a 6th person joining us. It's Knights
Yeah.
of Old is joining us now.
Basically,
Hey.
bit of a scare.
Hello, everybody.
Nice display.
Hey, man, wow,
If you want to see some
that's
Japanese
quite the display you've
toys,
got there.
Nice.
thank you.
Hey.
Cool, nice one.
What would you like?
Tim, can we see Knights of Old big, please, Tim?
Yes,
Yes,
here we
please.
go. So
Oh, man,
show
I'm
us
gonna
off your
put my
Japanese
glasses on.
collection of toys.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cool.
dude.
Eh.
It's a good one.
Oh,
Oh, that
Oh
is
my
really
God.
cool.
Very nice.
That is
Nice.
awesome. Nice
Oh,
That
one.
looks
cool.
like the guy from Toy Story.
He's from
love it.
yeah, he does look like that. Yeah.
no, wait. What series is he from?
So this is called Jumbo Mashinder. In America, they were called Shogun Warriors, but in America,
Yeah.
we got like 5 or 6 of them.
Okay.
It's a
Oh.
Shogun.
In Japan, there was like 20 or 30 or something.
Like I was telling
I like the Skeletor version of him of the Shogun Warriors. There's a Skeletor, and he's really cool.
Oh wow.
Here's
I
some
see
other
it.
Yeah.
ones.
Oh, nice.
I think my brothers
That's
had a few
cool.
of those guys when they were little.
Those were all these are all Japanese only ones.
Nice.
Yeah, Andrew. But there is the
Wow.
Japanese ones.
Here's
And may I ask about that Robotech figure that you got in a box? Is that a model kit or something?
here's a USA one.
Whoa. Look at him.
Robotech. Okay.
I don't think I've
There's
ever seen those
One out
before.
on the yeah, you see the one, yeah, that one in a box. Is that a figurine? Or,
That's the SDF one, just the regular.
Oh, cool.
okay.
That's really cool, dude.
Yeah, I've got the F1, but it's damaged.
That is
Ah.
quite the display. Those cabinets are wicked.
My
Amazing.
favorite stuff is the old. They're called Safubis from the early '70s. Here's a.
Nice.
I'll show you one. They're quite
Careful,
rare
careful.
and expensive.
I'm getting anxious
They-
now.
Gotten
Yeah,
more
me too.
expensive lately. Like here's a Ultraman one.
Whoa.
Ultra Father.
That reminds me of
Yeah.
Ultraman.
Yeah.
It's
He's cool.
like translucent Ultraman.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Right.
That's cool.
Cool.
Whoa.
Lately, I've been getting these. Asked earlier in the chat about the Denny's. There's like a UK version of these. These are Japanese henshin cyborg figures, but there's a UK version that's smaller.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
So I wondered if
I
you
don't
guys had
recall.
one. But these are
No.
cool.
They look.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
cool.
Chest opens.
That's
So this is
excellent.
you probably heard the stories from like the how the toys that made us. They
Oh, yeah.
talked about it. You know,
Yeah,
these
yeah.
were like the Transformers
Yep.
before Transformers or whatever.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Is an early one.
Whoa.
Oh,
That
no.
reminds me of what's it called? Micronauts.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
It went
But
to
it's
Yeah.
bigger.
first them, and then they shrank to Micronauts.
Ooh.
Wow.
What happened?
Do you have those on display stands, or do they?
Oh, these guys. You need a stand.
Yeah, you can see how they came
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Ant-Man at one
That's
point.
pretty worn out, so he's going to
Yeah.
need a really special stand to hold him up.
They have like rubber bands, kind of.
Oh,
Can you
okay. Like
change
Yeah,
that.
it's falling apart.
These were so them they switched to these ones were kind of like the second year. This was
Okay.
like a new series where they were like black and cooler looking, but they don't have the rubber band thing in there anymore.
Uh-huh.
So they hold up
Have
a lot better. But
Wow.
yeah, so what happened was in the mid 70s, I'd say, almost all the toys in Japan, it started costing so much money because of the oil
Okay.
crisis. So everything got shrunk,
Oh.
and that's what part of why they made they got rid of these and went to the Microman.
Really?
Man,
Wow.
can't believe it. You know, like outside of Comic Cons in the mid 90s, oh wow, that's cool.
Way
That's
smaller.
teeny tiny one.
Huh.
Yeah, I saw some of these in Thailand. So amazing, some of them.
Yeah, even I'll show you like let's see. This was 1971 or 2 was
Oh,
the
wow.
large size
Oh,
Safubi,
cool.
right? Kamen Rider. And then by 1977, this is Zubat. This was the large version. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it's a shame because I really like the big toys, but the cost, I guess.
Yeah. Oh.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm not
Amazing.
familiar with Kamen Rider really.
Dean's getting used to it now.
Yeah, he's getting into that, isn't he? Yeah.
Mhm.
He's got some nice little statues.
How about this? Do you guys know this series?
Star Blazers, Battleship Yamamoto.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, great. I love that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I actually saw that one in Thailand in one of the malls, and I think that was about 5,000 Thai baht, and it was not complete if I remember rightly.
Okay.
Wow.
It's got lots of cool
That's
gimmicks
awesome.
on there, like
That is
how
cool.
you do this. Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
no
Opens
way.
up
I want one.
Brilliant.
and this opens
So
up.
do I. I didn't have the money. That's brilliant.
That's awesome.
It's
Mhm.
got this really cool feature too. See if I can do it. You pull these down, and they've got wheels on them.
Oh, no way.
Wow, that's well intact in my mind.
Cool. That's brilliant.
The engineering of the early pulpy Japanese toys, I love them. But yeah, it's too hard to do it with one hand. But
Yeah.
see, you've got these wheels, so then you can
Mhm.
roll it across the table if you like, or whatever.
That's
And everything,
cool.
all
Nice.
these toys like shoot a million missiles from
Mhm.
everything.
That's in such good condition as well.
It's not bad.
It's brilliant.
see. What
Nice.
else?
I think that's the second one I've ever seen, and yours is in 10 times better shape than the one I saw in Bangkok.
They made it
That's
with a lot of
brilliant.
versions. That one's plastic. I like this one right here. This one. Oh, this. I'll take two. This one. These are the die-cast ones.
Oh,
Put it on
cool.
A little bit
diecast.
rarer and heavy, very heavy, and the colors
Yeah,
are really
yeah.
nice. All metal, except
Wow.
for like the wings. I think the wings. It opens too. The
Sure.
wings here are plastic, but
That's really cool.
and then there's a smaller one too that's also die-cast.
Oh,
Cool.
These are all 1970s Popey.
Mm.
The colors on this one is really nice.
Nice.
And
Yeah,
where did
that-
you find all these things?
Import mostly from Japan
Nice.
Okay.
online, or I have some friends there who can help me sometimes when, I really can't find something. That I call on a bunch of favors. But it's pretty easy now. There's like proxies sites where you can bid on auctions and stuff. And you can translate everything. It's a lot easier than, but I have been collecting them since before that. But it was very limited and more expensive because I had to rely on stores in the U.S. selling them, and they were always inflated. Here's
Yeah.
Are you still collecting? Are you still collecting those lines?
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that I don't ever see.
Mm.
So annoyingly, you have to like search all the time. You have to keep up. But like I said, the Safubi prices have just shot way up in the past like 3 years. I'm not sure why that is, but it's kind of definitely slowed things down for me. This is one that's you very rarely see. Probably
That is
one of the
gorgeous.
more pricey ones. Vanguard Ace.
Wow,
Got like nice wings.
that's a monster figure as well, isn't it?
Got any room for them, Monkeyboy?
What else?
Wow.
Oh yeah, you guys probably know this series. I'll show you this. Gotcha Man or Battle of the Planets.
Oh,
Mhm.
brilliant!
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
Yeah, Battle of the
Absolutely.
Planets and G-Force.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I have a couple of the Battle of the Planets die-cast vehicles. I've got the Phoenix, the red Phoenix plane thing, and the blue helicopter, the one that's in the mid. Hang on, let me say that again on the back.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right. This one.
No, I don't think it is that one. No, but
Oh no.
yeah, the blue helicopter thing I've got, and I've got a red kind of jet thing with where the wings pop up. It's a bit like an X-wing, but it's red and it's got a yellow beak.
Yeah. Well, there's a red one. Let's see. Well, this one might be what you're talking about.
Oh.
No, it's
No.
yeah, but I don't remember those silver bits on the front that are coming out of the side at the front.
Sometimes they're busted off.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Might be. So that's another.
I think that is the
some of
one
these
I've got,
toys.
but it doesn't have the silver bits on the front.
A lot
that's
of
gorgeous.
these Japanese toys, the parts that are plastic, especially if they're blue colored, become really brittle over time.
Oh, okay.
Just really sucked.
Hey,
But,
guys, I've got to go.
Oh, okay.
It's
So
like,
thanks for popping on,
almost
man.
midnight over here. Yeah,
Okay.
you're welcome.
See you
don't know
later,
when
Si.
I'll
Thanks for
next
coming
be
by,
on.
Retro Toy Guy Sai.
Be
Good
around.
to see you, man. Thanks for
You're
popping
welcome.
on. We'll see you again soon.
Have fun, everyone. Don't
I
Thanks
forget
so
expect
much.
you later, Si.
guy needs you to sub to me
Yeah.
so that he can be freed.
He's not afraid yet.
I think
No.
you've picked up a few more tonight,
Yeah, I
Si.
just checked. I'm now on 193, so we're 7 short of freeing
Really?
Poppy from his glass cage.
Excellent. Oh, you'll definitely
Yeah.
get there. Right, everyone subscribe to Retro Toy Guy, please. That would be awesome.
All right, guys. We'll see you later.
Nice.
See you
Bye.
later.
See you later,
Bye.
Si.
What's that? Is that what's that? Knights of Old.
This is a diecast God Phoenix from God.
That's nice.
Oh,
Battle
cool.
Planets.
Yeah, that's cool.
If I may ask, is it a greater fascination of the Japanese toy lines versus the American, or is it just
It is
not
for
saying you
me.
don't have American, but it looks like you've got a huge dedication to Japanese toys.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't meet too many Americans who are this crazy about Japanese toys, but
Hey,
yeah.
hey.
It
Welcome,
takes a
Nick.
lot of dedication and kind of studying and cash probably. I mean, no, you could have a good collection and a love for things without buying everything, but you know,
Right.
um, it's certainly not something you find at the flea market.
No, I bet not.
But you can get a lot of these things, you know, like the American ones. Now, so not really, but in the like, I remember when I was in college in the late '90s, you know, kids I would meet, they would like, because I was into Japanese anime and stuff back then, but
Right.
kids I would meet would be like, yeah, I have some of those. You know, I'll just give it to you, or like, you know, $10 or something. You could find them all over the place for
Right.
super cheap. No one really knew or cared what they were. They looked kind of, you know, as like Spawn toys were coming in.
Right.
These things looked really like silly and stupid, you know, to a lot of people because they weren't all detailed and you know, it was just a very different aesthetic. But
Definitely.
I mean, I'm sure that it goes the same for a lot of toys, you know, from all different places. Like they just go in and out with the collecting. I'm glad in a way that the Safubi prices are going up because some of these are such old IPs that, you know, part of me is like, you know, they're expensive now, but will anyone care about it in like 20 years or something?
Right.
It might be worthless, but you know, it does. Now there's like different generations buying them and stuff, which is a good sign.
Do you have a favorite item in your collection, or is that a bit much of an ask with that amount of stuff?
Well, probably I'll take two.
Every time you go in there, you're giving me anxiety, mate.
I'll grab two.
I'm like, oh, please be careful.
Especially with how everything stood up.
This one is a very old Mazinger Z toy.
Okay, yeah.
And it's plastic, but very rare, and they're usually broken, and you know, you can roll it and stuff.
Yeah.
That's very much like that blue helicopter. It's a very similar design.
So he goes into the head of Mazinger, and I'll show you the big toy. He's this guy here.
Whoa!
So
wow!
Comes that ship is this thing? You know,
yeah.
Goes down into his head, and that's how he pilots. And it was one of the first, or maybe the first, giant robot in Japan that was piloted by someone. There were a few before that were like radio controlled, or they were like sentient, but like that one, that was the first one that was piloted, so it's kind of a cool thing. And it was
That's-
made by the same guy who made Devilman, if you've heard of that. And then here's another one that is just my prized Ultraman toy,
Nice.
a really rare one. This one actually has
Wow.
joints, which no,
Oh,
I don't have.
okay.
I've only seen like 2 other Safubis that had joints. This was just something the company Beaumark tried, and then they discontinued it.
Oh,
They didn't
wow.
make any other toys like this. But, really, it's pretty crude, you know, and it actually doesn't really get them in too many poses or anything. But, you know, as a kid, you know, I'm sure it was fun for kids to
Oh, of course.
mess around with.
Yeah, that's cool. Wow.
But yeah,
Well, it's all about imagination, wasn't it?
I never see that.
Wow.
Yeah, I love, and that's another thing of fascination with that era is just all the imagination, you know, back in time before we even had VCRs. So
Yep.
you had to fill
Wow.
in, you know, it was like, and Star Wars is like my #1 toys growing up. But, you know, I remember just waiting a whole year to see next Star Wars or whatever. You had to
So
fill it in. Maybe
you've
it
got
would come on
you've got a
TV.
Falcon up there on the top.
That's it.
Got a question for you, Knights Old. You got any of the Japanese Star Wars toys?
I don't. They're, you know, there's just so much to buy. I like going for some of the things. And, you know, actually, when you said that about the imagination, I do think that that's an actual part of my personal fascination with a lot of this stuff is because I don't know the stories. I didn't watch a lot of these animations. I don't understand them. A lot of them are live action. I didn't get exposed to that. So it's just the design of the toy. They just look so
Right.
Yeah.
And I use my imagination, I guess. You know, sometimes I'm afraid to even. I don't even want to watch it because
Yes.
might ruin. You know, it just takes me back to that place as a kid where you're seeing stuff and you don't know what stuff is. It just like looks cool. But I do have some from the England.
You got some Britons.
Cy would have loved to seen them.
Yeah, my
Knights of Old. That's nice. It's in a box. Didn't know they did it in the boxes.
It's hard to find those in boxes.
And we live in Britain.
The toy guy would have appreciated those.
My dad bought me lots of Britons growing up when I was real small, so I have a soft spot for those, especially the World War II Army guys. I never seem to find those in the box.
You probably won't find many in America, but if you can find lots on eBay on the UK site, but probably the post is going to be sky high.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Unless you speak to one of us nice English guys and we get it to us and we ship it out to you at half the postage.
Nick, when did you get here?
About
I've
10
been
minutes
sat
ago.
He showed up.
I just been sat there for a while, man.
The
I popped out to the loo. You must have popped on when I went to the loo.
Oh, I saw a Henshin cyborg and I just melted. Awesome. But a lot of people don't realise the connection between that and them.
Yeah.
They don't know the connection, but it's there.
Cool.
You can see in that figure that he picked. There we are. There we are.
That original Henshin one there. I hope the elastic never goes on it because it's always sad when it happens. But if it ever does, fortunately, they're so easy to restring. So easy to restring.
The head's getting a little sticky too.
Yeah, you could wash it in warm soapy water and it for a while. It will take the stick away. But I mean, it's just the problem with all our plastic friends. They do degrade. That's the sad side. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I collect vintage turtle. I say vintage. Is it vintage? It's from the late 80s, early 90s. But
it's still 30 years.
Some of my original Turtles toys, they go sticky. They go in sticky. Yeah, you can give them a nice hot bath, and it sort of takes it away for a bit. But you know, we're not all going to be here forever. They're not all going to be here forever. Not to bring it bleak, but just enjoy it while we've got it, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. I'll show you. One more.
Amazing
Big
collection.
guy. This one, all the super big in France and Italy, as well as Japan. But Grandizer, or as they call him, Goldorak, or there's another name. I'm blanking on it right now, but he's kind of the third Mazinger in that that universe.
Cool.
It goes Mazinger, and then Great Mazinger, and then Grandizer.
It
I'm
didn't
sure
let,
sorry.
I was about to say, I think you're about to say the same thing as I was. Carry on.
Yeah, I think Joe and Gav are they on their vintage tour and tour, but I think when we went up there with Scuba Pete, I think I might recall seeing some of those there. I think they had some Ultraman in. I didn't buy any because I've got a few myself because my mate's missus is from those parts of the world, and she used to whenever she'd go over, she'd bring me a few back because like pennies on the pound over there. But
yeah,
I think they found them in Italy as well, didn't they?
They did, yeah. They were quite popular out there. Don't know. They're the sort of thing I'd love to get, but the price. It's not every price can be prohibitive, but it's where would I store them? And also, I have a 9-year-old who wouldn't see it as the amazing toy that needs to be respected. I'd just be so worried he'd get his hands on it. At least whenever he's got his hands on my Action Man stuff, that stuff was built to be thrown at walls, and it just goes on and on, you know?
Yeah, well, these guys are actually hold up well. My daughter, I let her go out in the snow with some of those.
Oh, that's cool.
Wrote some
that's good.
That's really good.
Funny comments on that when I showed those pictures off. They're like, "What the hell are you doing?" But you know, I really enjoy when a toy gets to be a toy. And a lot of these you can't, like the die-cast and plastic ones. Yeah, you could just turn like it's kind of like, I mean, I feel like the little G.I. Joes are getting like that, where like you just turn it wrong and the piece will crack.
I'm just getting into the G.I. Joes and Action Force, and I'm getting a little bit worried about the plastic rings and all that. Worried about, you know.
It's
Jason, if you do change the O-ring in a G.I. Joe figure, don't put one in that was as tight as the original. Go for a slightly more slack one, because some people have found with the O-rings.
Stretch it out first.
Yeah, you also, if you just go ever so slightly bigger, stretch them out absolutely works. But if you just go slightly bigger, they'll still hold together. Obviously, if you pull at them, they'll be a bit looser, but they're still displayable. But it's far better than the like middle post snapping.
Yeah, I've got a. Is it Stalker, the black guy? Well, all dressed in black.
Snake Eyes.
Snake Eyes.
Yes. I put him in his vehicle that he's meant to drive, and then I went back over. I think about 2 days later, and I found him. He was in bits.
Sorry. Like, do you mean the Action Force variant? Didn't they call him Jammer?
Must be.
I don't know. I should know more about. The thing is, some of the Action Force stuff, although I collect it, I don't know the names, and I certainly don't know any of the Action Man International stuff because that wasn't really my bag.
I'm not sure
if
it's G.I. Joe or G.I. or International, but it's one that has an O-ring and everything. So
yeah, but some of the Action Force figures, what they did, because they took the molds from Hasbro and basically recut, like the ATC, for example, the UK version of the ATC, which I've just got one this week.
Nice.
It was gifted to me by a friend, which was very kind. What they did, because the Action Force figures are only 5 POA and they didn't have the bends in the knees and that, they recolored some of the G.I. Joe figures and renamed them. And that it's the names of those figures which I should know. I mean, ask me an Action Man question, but Action Force is But Brian Hickey has very kindly gifted me a copy of his Action Force book, so when that gets to me, I shall I shall have a good read up and educate myself somewhat on it a bit more.
Well, I treated myself to a Holy Grail the other day instead of me going down the Ramsgate in Herne Bay.
And that looks
Oh,
cute.
that is awesome.
That is
That's
cool.
cute. It's really cute.
Let's see this Holy
That's
Grail.
It's not turned up yet. It's in the post.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
But it's basically the Action Force International
Oh yeah.
battle platform that I actually had.
Yeah.
I bought a boot fair for about 20p about when I was 16. Never
Oh,
complete.
kitty cat.
And now I've got
Nice.
one complete.
Nice smoky colored kitty.
Ah.
Panther cat.
Oh yeah, it's this the one that was letting me hold him upside down the other day.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
soft, man.
yeah, and he
Yeah,
got
that was
really
last
long. You
week's
turned him
live
upside
stream.
down, and he grew in length by about twice.
Oh, he loves his people daddy. He
He
loves
was
his
a year old
person
this week,
daddy.
I think.
Blimey.
Oh, he's a nice big kitty.
Not a baby anymore.
Oh, you
No.
can't have toys like this with a cat around either.
Oh yeah.
They would probably
Oh, man,
the
yeah.
whole place.
As long as
This,
they're not
this
the way in
cat here.
cabinets.
One thing I love to collect as well is the old manga. So like
Mhm.
this one.
Oh, what nice.
Oh,
That's
Astro
cool.
Boy.
cool.
That's from the early
Mm.
1950s.
Wow.
Oh, so it's from the 50s? I thought it was the 60s.
Cool.
Yeah, well, the manga came out in I think 1951,
Nice.
and the anime in Japan was 1963. So it
Excellent.
Oh,
it took a while before
Mm.
That's awesome.
the screen.
How are you with Super? Are you a fan of Super Sentai?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like Sentai, Super Sentai, the shows and the toys, but I'm not
Mhm.
sure if you're referring to like some new. I don't really buy any modern toys. So
Oh no, sorry. When I say Super Sentai, I mean it's just I was a massive Power Rangers fan as a
Oh,
kid, and
yeah.
as I got older, then I found out all about how it came about with the reused footage. And my friend's wife, I watched a few episodes with her, and she translated it for me and stuff, and it was pretty wicked.
That's cool.
Yeah, I have about one. I have the original Sentai. Here's a quite rare one piece I could show. The first Go Rangers right here.
That is awesome.
Himitsu. Yeah, and this was one of the rare ones that removed the helmet. So of course, you know,
wow.
all these helmets usually disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
it's rare to find that. He had a weapon, but you could see he's just got the nub of it left.
Oh,
It was like a whip.
Mm.
But yeah, I have one. I've been trying to get the die-cast version of them all the way up until Zoo Ranger. So I think I have 20 each year since that 75. They came out with some really nice die-cast
Oh, they're beautiful.
toys.
I don't. When you said Zoo Range, I didn't mean to laugh. I just every time I hear Zoo Range, I just think of James Rolfe from Angry Video Game Nerd screaming Zoo Ranger when he was reviewing the games.
It's a good song. Here's the Zoo Ranger.
And that's where our Power Rangers was.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
this was the first Power Ranger show. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, definitely.
wow.
I went to Shepton Mallet Comic Con on Saturday, which won't mean anything to our American friends, but down here, Somerset way. And they had all boxed, complete, original Power Ranger Zords for sale. I saw them, and my wife just said no. She said, "There's no room for them." I was like, but she said, "Don't even look, because you'll stand there, and all you're gonna do is and then we're gonna come home with a big box, and you'll have nowhere to display it, and you'll get grumpy." So I refrained.
What did they have? like what happened in the UK? Like, did they have the Power Rangers there, or did it start the same year? Or?
Power Rangers was so in the UK. I know it's going back a bit, but the first big craze I remember as a kid was, and I'm not saying it wrong, was Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. Because if you said Ninja in the 90s in the UK, people just dropped dead on the spot. And then the next big Power Rangers, just huge. It was it was insane.
92, 93.
Yeah. I remember my mum getting me a Red Ranger for either my 8th or 9th birthday, and she told me a few years ago, she was like, you have no idea how much effort that was and how much I overpaid, even scalping back in the day, because you just were fixated that you wanted a Power Ranger.
Yeah, because they were like the Christmas present everyone had to get, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing, man. I expect it's the same in the States, but in the UK, that's one thing I'm always gonna be thankful to my parents for. When Turtles came out, my mum managed to get me a couple of Turtles. When Power Rangers come out, she got me a Power Ranger at the first craze. I don't know if anyone remembers the Christmas in the UK that Tracy Island came out from Thunderbirds and no one could get it. Mum and Dad managed to get me Tracy Island. And I know they worked their asses off for that. So I'm always really thankful and grateful that they did all that.
So did they pay somebody? Say that I'll have that Tracy Island, please.
No, I think my dad used to be a driving instructor. I think how he got Tracy Island was he was teaching somebody to drive who worked at Argos or something.
Yeah.
And they managed to sort him out.
That
is awesome.
You guys must see, in my mind, these are like all over the place in England.
Oh, yeah.
Not no more, sadly. You still find them at toy shows and some Comic Cons, but they are getting rarer and they're not really sought after. They're going the same.
I think I saw one. Sorry, Jason.
That's right, mate.
I think I saw one or two again at Shepton Mallet because they do a toy and train fair there, and there's a lot of die-cast stuff, and I'm sure I've seen them there before.
Yeah, you will.
Like tonight, I don't know your real name. Sorry, mate.
Michael.
Michael. Sorry, Michael.
There's a
nice
lot
to
of
meet you, Michael.
There's
a lot of Michaels
on YouTube.
But it's a small community. We all help out. If there's ever anything in the UK and you're stuck and you need someone to drop ship it and cut the postage down, just give me a nod, man. It's never an issue.
Cool. Appreciate it.
So, do you drive a car that also speaks to you, by any chance?
No. I have my car's from 2020 or 2002. So
you should have at least a 1980s car, mate.
I prioritize with the toys.
Yeah.
You know what? I got my wife a Citroen like a year ago. Because I always say that's one thing I always for the wife and kid. I always drive around in the crap cars, but the wife and kid I always want in the nice car because they're like the most precious thing. But I kid you not, this car can talk to you. It can read road signs. It does everything, and I kind of don't like it because it's kind of a bit like, and it tells me to slow down, and it tells me when to change gear, and it reads the road signs, and I'm like sticking my finger up at the dashboard, like going, "Sod off, mate! I've been driving for years."
And I bet it'll tell you when you're going the wrong way as well.
No, that's the other thing too. Like, I don't know.
Very nice.
That's quite a rare figure, apparently.
That is rare, especially for Fisher Price.
Do you know what? If you went back 15 years ago, you could have gone to any toy fair and you'd have picked them up for pence. And now they have gone nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I was playing with these.
And that bubble's really good as well.
Before Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
And then I played with him. He was, I don't know, some weird stormtrooper or something.
I don't know if there's any truth to it, but I heard someone say a while back, someone who I quite knowledgeable and stuff, but they said something like a lot of Star Wars collectors, when they completed their run, got hooked on Fisher Price Adventure people because it was another line to collect, and also because of the connection between the prototype pictures of because they repainted Fisher-Price Adventure people to get their ideas across before the original toys came out, which I'm sure absolutely every Star Wars collector out there knows. So it's nothing.
Here's some.
Yeah, a lot of the prototypes was actually from the Fisher-Price people, weren't they?
Oh, cool. Yeah, I had the lady one, but I don't think I ever had the guy. I remember the lady.
How about this one?
Oh, Mork.
Nice.
This one's from my original from when I was a kid.
So I did a video called basically I got a load of other YouTubers and people from the community to talk about a toy they had from their childhood. And DTM Dave, he had his Mork, and he with the egg and everything in the pack that he got, and that's what he reviewed. That's what he spoke about in the video. And I was like, damn, I want one of those. But I've got to not do is see stuff other people have and go, I want that, because it gets very expensive very quickly.
Yeah.
I also like these. That's the cool thing about toys. I mean, it does get a little harder. I feel like it's maybe leveling out a little bit now that more people are forced to try to be in the real world again. But
yeah, my brothers used to have some of those guys.
Toys were fun as a kid, and I've liked these little guys. Pretty cool.
I've seen these little guys. I've been very tempted to get them every now and again.
And now they're starting to be like $12 or something instead of like $1.
That's just opened something up in my brain. I don't know why I know those, but when I saw them, I'm like, I recognise those.
Yeah, you probably.
But one sort of like reminds you of R2D2 a little bit.
Yeah,
that's why some collectors actually go for it.
I think I had the one with blue arms. I'm sure I had that as a kid.
You wind them up and they walk around and stuff.
It's amazing when you watch all these. There's a lot of us doing YouTube now, and you meet a lot of people, and you see stuff, and things just reawaken in your brain, and you go, "I had one of those. Why don't I remember having that?" And then your brain just goes, "Boom, I had that."
Yeah, I love. Well, what happened to me was recently my mom passed away, unfortunately, which really sucks.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Sorry to hear that, man.
I know how it. I know some of us will know how that feels, my friends.
Yeah, man.
One of the worst things ever.
Yeah, it is.
But it's up there with you don't know how you'll feel when you have a kid until you have your kid, and then you won't really know what it's like to lose a parent.
Yeah,
right. Happens. So it's a big thing. But the silver lining, I guess, was I got to, I had to clean out, the estate, and so I found a bunch of my older toys, which she thankfully kept, which was nice for her. Like, so it was neat to junky or little things that I had forgotten about, like Stompers.
Cool.
Yeah, I remember those.
Stuff like that. Random, like, I think this guy might be from Black Hole.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, it's a black hole.
So.
I've got some of them figures.
I got like hold on a second. Here, lost this. Here. This one, Star Trek, I guess.
Yeah. Star Trek.
Star Trek the motion picture.
I think my mom, sometimes they'd be a little cheap, so I'd end up with those toys instead of like Star Wars or something. But
well, Star Trek basically line just flopped, didn't it?
Because there's no way I would have like chose this over like a new G.I. Joe toy or something.
It's interesting, Michael, because you said that you don't necessarily know the stories of some of the toys, and you don't want to know.
Scuba divers.
That's adventure people, isn't it?
Yeah.
We used to have a store near us called Crazy Max, and it was like a store that used to buy up all surplus stock from shops that went out of business and whatnot. And every Christmas and that, I would get like just random action figures that I had no idea no idea anything about them. And you're right. You were right in what you said. You'd make up your own stories and that. And then as the years have gone on, a few of them I found out what they are. Like, you see people had them all from watching YouTube. And but it's kind of cool when you're a kid. Like you say, you probably would have never picked that toy, but your parents see something reduced or cheap and they buy it for you. And because you're a kid, it's an action figure, and it just integrates. And
yeah, it's amazing how different things were information wise. Like my daughter, she could we just like the only thing, like there's nothing stopping, like it's hard for my brain to imagine a world where at age 8 or whatever, my parents would have the ability to basically buy any toy, or I could watch any movie instantly.
Right.
It's like that kind of world just never existed, because because like
I tried to explain this to my son who's 9. He's got that is
Okay,
awesome.
that's kind of unusual. It's pretty unusual looking.
It's an adventure, people. So
Like a transformer or pre-transformer.
I forget the name of it, but he was from him, and there was like another rare kind of alien adventure person. That's somewhat
It's a bit
rare.
like a GoBot, isn't it?
That is cool.
Yeah, it's like a pre-GoBot or a pre-transformer.
And you can look through his prism here. It's like a jewel, and so you look through it.
Cool. So have you saying about the world where you couldn't imagine everything at your fingertips? Have you, with your kid, like I was trying to explain to my boy the other week when he was on his tablet, I was like, you have no idea how lucky you are to be able to just download a new game whenever you're bored. When I was a kid, I had a Mega Drive, and I had to wait for a birthday or Christmas. I had to play that one game over and over until I mastered it. You get bored and you can just have a new game. And his little mind just couldn't comprehend. And I was like,
yeah.
Mental.
If I could go back, I would love to do an experiment, like, because I wonder, because I was the same thing. I had a NES though, but yeah, I'd get like 2 games a year or something, and this was before game rental stores, so you were kind of stuck with these games you got for a long time unless you like traded with your friends. And they were so basic back then that like my mind would just, they became cool because I made them cool in my mind. You know what I mean? So, but I'm curious, like, because today games are so, detailed and everything. I'm curious, like, what it would have been like would I have liked the game as long or held it as dear to myself now if it was so detailed, or is it because I made up so much cool stuff on my own that it really became like part of my like soul almost?
I suspect it did. I mean, I had a pickup the other week, and I bought one of these retro handheld game devices.
Oh, okay, it's a retro one. Okay, looks like a Switch.
Yeah, it's just by a company called Ambernick, and there's not a game on here from that era. I mean, it's got full ROM sets on it, obviously legally acquired, and says the company anyway. And I was trying to explain to my kid, I was like, as this has got PS1 games on it, this has got everything, N64 games. It's like, I was trying to explain to him, I was like, because you can plug this into the TV as well and Bluetooth control. It's basically a games console or a handheld.
Yep.
I was just trying to explain to my kid, I was like, if you'd have told me when I was your age that I could have owned a device like this, obviously we could own a Game Boy, we could own a Game Gear, but it didn't do what this did.
Yeah.
And it's like...
Yes, you 90s kids, yes. Us 80s kids was even more unluckier. We had even bulky stuff and really tiddy little game consoles, that you only had one game on.
Right. So...
Like Astor Wars.
Hey man, I remember, because I had older sisters, I can remember before I got like my Mega Drive and my Game Gear. I can remember the Commodore 64, and my parents
Yes.
got me. My parents got me an Atari 7800 because I think they just had old stock somewhere and brought me one, and I can remember
And you had stuff
like playing.
Oh,
Oh, very nice.
You know,
Yeah,
like,
man.
I did not have that bad boy.
That's
you know,
cool.
because for me, I was kind of split. I couldn't game like my friends could game. Like I
Oh,
couldn't.
that's nice.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds
Yeah. I couldn't game like my friends could game because I was split. My parents, I don't know how we did it as kids or how my parents managed it, but yeah, we had an Atari to start.
Donkey Kong.
We only got a Nintendo after we went to a friend's house, we got the Nintendo. But I still played with physical toys. So like whether we're talking the
That's cool.
bikes, I was into riding my bike.
BMX.
I remember Tyco. I think it was Tyco, but they had the race car tracks that you set up on the floor or even on the wall. And you had these little mechanical cars or however that hooked to the track, and you had a remote control, and you just pulled the trigger just to see how the car went around the track. So I was in between. I also liked my sports. So it's like I couldn't get into everything like a lot of people I know can. I didn't beat Mario Brothers. I was like, okay, I'm good with Mario. Then I'm gonna go shoot my PVC pipe rubber band gun that my dad handcrafted one of these days. We were doing target practice. I remember with a clothespin, a PVC pipe, and a rubber band. I played outside, but we managed both just fine. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's always interesting because we had real play as a kid, and it's something I like to make sure my kid actually does. I like to make sure he actually goes inside. I'm not being rude. I was going to show you something on another device I've got because us weirdos that just collect things. But
no, I mean I've seen those ads on Facebook. Like
don't buy them off Facebook though. 99% of those sites are scams, man. Like when they're advertising an Ambernic RG353V, which is the model they advertise, that is all day long $100 device. You're not going to get it for less than $100 or £100 and so just be cautious on that because they're showing real devices, but some people have bought off there, and what's actually happened is they've sent them like far cheaper, crappier devices. That's all I would say to that. But no, they are fantastic bits of kit. But then, to be fair, if you like your retro games and you've got a laptop or a PC, you can just put RetroArch on it, and if you legally acquire your ROMs, and some people don't know how to do that, Google, but you can play any game you want.
Exactly.
So there's lots of cool stuff out there.
I'd like to have my Game Gears up and running again. I've got a couple of Game Gears, but the screens have started to go on both of them, which is a shame because I really loved that thing. I played so long on that.
Oh yeah.
If your Game Gear, you say?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now, depending on how original you want to be, and it does. If you did this, it would negate the option to use the TV thing that you plug into it.
18 band.
You can get new modern screens that are far more efficient. If you check out a channel called Stez Sticks Fix, he upgraded a Game Gear. It was awesome.
Okay. So I would get my screen replaced with a new one, you mean?
Yeah.
I tell you what, man, after the stream, I'll remind me and I'll send you all links to it because it's super interesting stuff, and upgrading the screen, and you can get simple little mods, so you can put like new modern batteries in them, and basically and if you put an EverDrive in it or Evercade or whatever they're called, you just have every game on it.
Is that a Tron thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Tron car.
Yeah, it's a light cycle.
I remember my mom got me this, and she was shopping for clothes, I was like pulling the thing, and it was like I was like terrorizing people in the department.
Isn't Luke after one of them, or did he actually find one?
This is from when I was a kid, you know.
I can't remember what color Luke needed.
And let's see. Oh, I like some of the random. Ooh, yeah. See, I gotta get.
Oh,
Nice.
cool.
I gotta get one.
See,
of those.
there's Tron.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's Tron. Bought him off of eBay.
Right
Nice.
on.
Very nice.
I had a question. Maybe I've asked it already in a previous stream, but arcading or going to the arcades, was it as big in the UK, England as it was for me in the US? Like,
Oh yeah,
ever had?
yeah. Mm,
I
all
think it
see
also
size-
depended where you lived as well in the country.
Yeah.
That's sorry, I will go back, not to cut off your arcade point. I just wanted to show you how cool it is just to have an amazing little device which you can
That's,
just
Right.
that's awesome.
Yes.
Oh
Mm.
man, Mario All Stars. Oh yeah.
That is
and like
cool.
totally all the shoulder buttons seem flip isn't. But arcade, sorry, Jason, you were saying about your
Yeah, I mean, you
experience
think.
of it.
I mean, in Maidstone, I believe we had 2 at one point, and I was always. It was even open on Christmas Day because the cinema was actually open,
Cool.
or probably more Boxing Day actually.
Hmm.
And I remember going in there on Boxing Day, going and watching 2 films at the cinema when I was a kid, and then spending a lot of my Christmas money in the arcades before then. But most
Yeah, I
coasting
remember
towns
those.
had them.
They was coming in like a baggie. Yeah,
Yeah, nice.
I had like 2 baggies of those little guys.
Yeah, it's the kind of things like this you forget even existed until like you see them again. For
Yeah,
me.
you had to go to the drugstore to get those.
Reminds me a little bit of our D2 version, that one.
The
you
little
were
green
saying
guy
about-
reminded me of the muscle figures, the Kiku Man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
A little green thing reminded me of the trouser press in the hotel I stayed in the other week. I'll be
Cool, that was
honest.
old. Cool, you stayed in the old hotel then?
No, man, it was where was it? We stayed in a hotel that had a straight up trouser press, and I said to my wife, "What's that?" She said, "It's a trouser press, you idiot." I was like, "I've never ironed a thing in my life." So,
I have seen them. I haven't seen one of them for years now, but I used to always see them in old hotels. And I actually, I will say this, I actually did use it. It was like, ooh, what's this? Right, I'm wearing
Okay.
jeans. Let's press them.
I know someone that once tried to toast a sandwich in one.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah.
Bloody
that's
hell.
wicked.
That's
What's
nice.
that, Michael?
it's called the Air Jammer.
Sorry, when I
It
lean
was
to the
like
screen, it's because I'm trying to see.
You pump it full of air, and then boom, you let it go, and it would just haul ass. They
Cool.
made some robots and stuff too.
Nice.
Yeah, it's just one of those
Wow.
random things. Like here's the. I guess these are well known, but
AD&D, isn't it?
D&D stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
The
Advanced
I got
Dungeons and Dragons.
some cool books. Maybe you had.
I
I
remember
used to
the
love
Choose
books
Your
like
Own
that.
Adventure.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
We- We used to have a thing in the UK called Lucky Bags, but they did a variation of
Yes.
it called Horror Bags.
Yeah.
And you'd get like those little Cosmics figures in them, which were
Nice.
very similar to muscle figures, but you'd occasionally get the miniature little choose your own adventure comics in them and stuff.
Oh, neat.
Oh yeah.
And that's that one guy on the left's from Clash of the Titans, and then that's a
Nice.
bad guy from Advanced
I'll
Dungeons
tell you
and
what.
Dragons.
Those Clash of the Titans things, when we went up to Leicester Vintage with Scuba Pete, they had a load of it carded
Mm.
and
wow.
loose, and the prices were eye-watering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh, man.
Mm.
Well, you know, it just people started paying crazy stuff. I assume it happened in the UK too, you know, around like
It has.
2020, 21, you know. So people would just be like, well, I'll just throw this crazy price on here. Maybe someone will buy it.
My 12-inch friend I'm holding here, that sounds dodgy. My Action Man.
That's
I tell you what, pandemic. My god, did these things start shooting through the roof?
Oh,
I think they're just starting to drop down a bit now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm finding
just
that
got-
a lot of the like, unless it's like the primo Grail version, then the rest of it that's more common is starting to really drop. You know, stuff just is sitting there not selling until they. And then if you look at auctions, the lots will sometimes be really cheap, almost sad.
So when we were sort of in that weird coming out of lockdown stage, I sold a couple of Action Man figures on one of the pages. Not because I mod on a few of them, but it was on another one. And some guy messaged me telling me that I was basically an asshole for listing the figure for too cheap. I was like, I am not listing it for too cheap. That's what it's worth. I'm just not prepared to rip people off.
Right.
Now, I got a question for us all collectors and ones that are watching. Do you prefer to get complete or get ones and hope you get parts, or is getting incomplete a bit of a fool's game now because how dear parts are now that it's actually worth getting complete? Because I've bought a couple incomplete vehicles the last couple of weeks, and prices to get parts it's outrageous, and it's like I'm thinking now I've got to stop buying incomplete and just buy complete.
Do you know what, man? I think I had this conversation on Saturday with someone else in the community, and
oh my god,
we were talking.
Those Trapper Keeper, boy. Hell yeah!
I remember those. We were talking about the Robo Skull, and I said, Robo Skull is something I want. I will get one day.
I got one,
and
but
I said,
missing parts.
I'm just gonna buy it complete because sourcing the parts, I know it's going to be that big hit, but I honestly believe just pay that money out. That thing's not, because sourcing the parts, man. I mean, take for instance, my lad's got a ATC. Someone give me a couple of bits for it this weekend, but he's still missing a set of wheels. Now, the ATC wheels they're not a rare piece. They were used on other vehicles, and someone had a set with spindle on eBay the other day for like nearly 20 quid. It's too much.
Oh, that's nice.
That is cute.
Just for the set of
Very
wheels.
80s.
Well, I bought the Skyscraper and I didn't realise it was missing more parts.
Monkeyboy, the Mr. Face.
They're so expensive.
Yeah, some Mr. Face stickers in there.
Sometimes, though, I feel like
Mr. Men.
You can.
Yeah, the Mr. Men.
Also, the flip side, though, to that is if you buy a lot.
Yes.
You could, buy a lot for some pieces you might need, and then
I've done that.
Sell now that the prices are so high. You can just undercut whoever's selling all the missiles from whatever thing, and you can just dump the rest and recoup your money.
I've done that. I've pieced bits together, but there's just
I have.
I think you need to look as well, because let's bring my 12-inch friend in again. Let's say you wanted to build this guy, right? This isn't rare. The one of the hardest bits to get on this is actually the visor complete.
Correct.
Everything else on him is really common. So in that respect, you rather than buying him complete, but someone would charge a premium for it like that, you might well be better off you're probably going to get every other bit of this in job lot bits for multiples of them.
Yeah.
So you might, in that instance, be better off just sourcing an unbroken visor. But in other things, like if you were going to take one of the more rarer figures from the line, you might want to, I don't know, probably buy it complete.
Like the guards.
Yeah, or the assault team. There's certain figures which command a lot of money loose. I mean, there's some Action Man sets which on the card will cost you a couple of grand, but so
I think those pieces are gonna drop though too, because the demand I think is just going down in some ways.
Well, I think people at the moment haven't got the money.
It does depend. I mean, it's horses for courses. It depends on your budget. It also depends how patient you are.
Yeah,
if you're an extremely patient person, then everything will come to you eventually. But I mean,
Yeah.
impatience will be one of the things that will cost you the most money in toy collecting.
And then
If you're
sometimes,
impatient, it's going to cost you a fortune.
Yeah.
sometimes you
Yeah.
have to weigh that too, because like, really, do you think about all that time? Like, it might be worth just paying $50
Right.
instead of waiting for it at $15. But then you
Yeah.
don't have to search on eBay every night or whatever. You know, like, you don't have to really worry about it anymore.
Yeah, that's,
Oh, don't get me wrong. I've overpaid on bits because I've seen it there. Then
Yes.
I know it's slightly overpriced. Exactly that. I've gone, do you know what? Sod it. I'm just going to buy it now.
Yep.
Well, I
because
missed 4
it's done.
parts of the
I
skyscraper.
almost never regret that.
that's
I don't
what
think I
I'm
ever
feeling
regret that.
about
Yeah.
possibly getting the Centurions figures. I still have yet to do. I did a run through initially, and then I just got to double check what the prices are now, because I don't know how expensive a complete set would be versus just trying to find a specific figure like an Ace McCloud. And then from what I've learned, that the parts or accessories may be more expensive. So I got to weigh
Oh
that.
yeah, you can pick up the figures for next to nothing. The figures are 10 a penny, but it's the accessories that are really going to hit you for Centurions.
Yeah.
But that,
And
But Monkeyboy,
yeah,
I'll send you a link later. I found a website. Si knows about it. It's actually based in Holland.
Oh,
And
cool.
they do lots and lots
That
of
reminds me of
parts.
something.
okay.
And there is Centurions on there and IR parts.
nice.
Well,
Okay.
I
That's
don't own
cool.
any Centurions at the moment. I don't know if I will. The next thing I want to try and get into is Turtles, because that was right on the cusp of when I got out of toys when I was younger.
Plenty of turtles on there as well, mate. About
okay.
And I tell
20,
you what,
20 pages.
Also, I've got loads and loads of spare Turtles accessories. So, like, if you're missing bits, give me a message. You can just add.
Oh, that's nice.
I like that.
That's nice.
Well, you know, you guys in the UK, I don't know if you can still find this stuff, but it's really getting
Yeah,
hard.
you can find reaction stuff, but the main place over here is what is it called? Planet. What is it? Planet. What's that shop? Come on,
Forbidden
English guys.
Planet.
Forbidden
Thank you. Yep.
No, I mean the old D&D books.
Yeah, you can still find them at Comic Cons and
They're
toy
really
shows.
heating up in America, and now they're starting to get graded on the
Really?
So if you can
Graded?
find really nice ones, like in really either the really old ones are okay in any condition if they're the right printing, but if you could find stuff that's like pristine, you know, you can get it graded, and they're starting to fetch high prices.
I have like zero issue with anyone who grades stuff because everyone collects differently. But I always think, I've got some figures that like Action Man stuff, which is proper minty and complete, and I think I could spend the money on getting it graded. I'm never going to sell it, or I could spend the money on another toy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
So
would like to get some of my stuff graded as well, but then it's that same thing. It's like, well, I'll pay that out on that, get it, you know. And you are getting that toy protected. I mean, basically, because our hands are oily, so you try not to touch these, just keep them as mint as possible. So, ideal getting them trapped into something where it will last longer, looking pristine. But downside is you can't play with it again or touch it and move it.
Right.
I think as well. I mean, that's why I don't knock anyone who grades stuff. I don't think it's a silly process. It's not a process for me personally. I like the whole tactile experience of my collection. I like to be able to take it off the shelf, and also, you know, like Michael said, he let his kid play with those toys in the snow. I mean, other than the fact I would take the visor off this before letting Jax play with it, because honestly, these visors are stupid expensive.
Yeah, they are.
I would have no issue unclipping this visor and going, there you go, boy, have a play with that. Because it's a toy, man.
That's right.
Yeah.
And getting some pictures of your kids playing with the old toys is just really
cool.
cool.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh
I
man!
have to commend my younger brother because he, whether it's her or him, in terms of whether it's my brother or his daughter, but I've made the observation marketing to kids with toys isn't in vogue nowadays like it was when we were growing up. And I'm talking as an 80s, 90s kid. But to my brother's credit, and my nieces at the same time, is she likes Frozen still, even though she's getting into Legos. So, you know, it's like that split, that duplicity I mentioned about me playing video games and then playing with physical objects. So however my brother's doing it, I think he's doing a fair job. That not many people are playing that, striking that balance, like what you said, Michael, about, you know, letting your daughter play with that toy. And I remember when I got her a gift for Christmas, or two, couple Christmases, at least what I get from my brother and my sister-in-law, she's liked the stuff I've given her that are like physical and tangible. Like I gave her a Santa plush, and I gave her a Frozen. It was like some sort of transformable toy from Frozen, and she said, "Oh, those are my favorite toys." And she had her own little twist to her little toy that I got for her. She had like a string attached to it where she can drag it around on the floor because it has wheels, because that's one part of the transformation process. So it's just like, I don't know what will do it for kids these days, but you got to really love a property, I suppose. And that allows you to identify with the toys, because people, like if you watch World Class BSers with Jeff and them, Jeff does these weekend trips to stores about all these other toys just sitting on the shelves, because not everyone's in love with the property, or at least the toys are being marketed to the wrong people. You know, I don't see girls going around, I want to be Ray, or I want to be, or boys going, I want to be Finn. Not that I'm aware of. My like, for her, my niece, she loves her Frozen, and she went in as Isabella for one Halloween. You know, she identifies with those properties, but she might do Animal Crossing, but at the same time, it's like the content, the title has to really make someone compelled to want to own the toy, play with the toy.
Absolutely, and I think you're right. You do have to strike a balance with real play, and obviously, because everything's very game driven now. Just not to jump in and like divert the course of the conversation. We were just talking about graded stuff. Yeah. So can I give you an example of something I've done? Because I'm not going to have this graded, but if you want to see the coolest piece of my Action Man collection, I'll show it you right now. Yeah. Okay, it's not even a rare figure, but let me show. So if I show you this here, right?
Ooh.
All right.
Okay. You notice the picture of Bob Breakin there. I mean, I'm fortunate that I'm friends with Bob. Description of what the figure is. Now, the reason this is the coolest figure in my collection, and it's never getting sold, because I promised Bob I would never sell it, because he did something for me on this. Now you see, it's signed by Bob Breakin.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
The hand of Bob. These are the original Action Man hands, because they disintegrate, but you can get repro ones. But now there's part of me that says he was Palatoy's chief designer from 67 to 84, I think. I probably got that wrong. Bob, don't shoot me. But basically, this figure is complete. I just whipped a couple of bits off him so I could show you his signature.
Yeah.
But I think if you graded this toy, it's not even in fantastic condition. It's not a toy. It's got all the original elastic in it, original hands. It's as original as you can get. Bar the string on the binoculars, because that disintegrates. If you collect Action Man, sometimes you have to replace certain things because it dry rots. But if I had this graded, this probably wouldn't get much of a grade. But how do you put a value? I don't, but how do you put a value on something which has been signed by the man who designed the hands, who was part of the creation process, who's also your friend? You know, it's So that's sort of, but yeah. So that's sort of my thought on that. But equally, I never get to show this guy off. So a little bit of selfishness there. I wanted to show off my really cool
I don't
toy.
blame you.
It's awesome.
It's always good to show something off.
Because not many people in the real world that I know, when I say real world, I don't mean that offensive to you, but we all live this life and friends, we're online, aren't we? But in my real life, you know, other than when I go to a con or a toy fair like I did on the weekend, none of my friends, excuse my French, give a shit about any of this we do. In fact, they think it's stupid. In fact, they almost take the mick out of me for it. But then they're all happily sit there and talk about who scored a goal on the weekend, which doesn't interest me in the slightest. So it's horses for courses, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's like me and my brother. I mean, we have similar interests, but he's mainly Lego and that other thing with an F. You know, that I will not have one in my house, but I have bought them for him. You know, Funker. I can't say the word. But yeah, I mean, it's nice to see him.
You know, the Action Man stuff, you know, it was before my time and G.I. Joe, those big G.I. Joes. But when you guys show them off, like in video and like kind of in the natural habitat and like they're moving in 3D and like the lighting kind of shows the different textures on the different pieces of the clothing and accessories. They really, really look cool. But growing up, I'd see them in books, you know, or on the internet pictures, and it doesn't even compare. So I could imagine if you had a history of witnessing them in your hands. I mean, there's nothing like that, you know. It's got to be.
What I've got to say to you, Michael, is if you own a Henshin, you got to own a G.I. Joe to sit next to it, and then you got to own an Action Man. You got to own at least those two, man. Just so he can be with his cousins, UK, American, and Japan. You know.
And so the little guys, the Action Force?
Action Force, yeah. G.I. Joe.
Is that connected or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Action Force initially. Palatoy and Hasbro were at the same time, without knowing, developing their own 3 3/4 inch scale thing. Because the point you covered, cost of oil, toys, these were getting bloody expensive to produce, so they shrunk the line down.
Right.
But because of the history between Palatoy taking G.I. Joe and licensing it and doing Action Man, when they discovered that they were both creating a 3 3/4 inch line, due to the fact that they had worked so well together before, they decided to, work together and take different molds and rebrand it for the UK market. So although they were developed separately by companies that worked together before, they did pool their resources again, and that's sort of how it went. That's a very brief bastardized version of it, but that's the basics of it, you know.
Yeah.
There's some Action Force that looks so damn cool, but you know, they're really sometimes you won't even see one on eBay. So, you know, that to me means they're pretty rare. So
I mean, the rarer figures over here are going to cost you money, whatever, because they're, you know, I know we were saying about buy complete, whatever. With some of the rarer stuff, you probably would, because it's just hard to get. But the more common stuff, I mean, Action. I've found Action Force in charity shops twice this year already. You know, my boy found an ATC in a charity shop for like £2.50, £3.50.
Nice.
It's still out there.
But it's getting harder and harder to find.
But the beautiful thing is, as with vintage Star Wars, you know, it was all, even the rarer figures were still produced in large enough numbers that they're out there, you know.
Yeah.
It's like when I went to Echo Base last time and how much people pay for Yak Face. He's so expensive, he's so rare. Why did I count 17 of them at the event then? He ain't that rare. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But-
It's like I've just done a new display of putting slowly putting all my GI Joes and Action Force together, and you can still find it, but like it's getting harder and harder to find.
I'm glad I don't collect Action Force because I think that would be such a rabbit hole to go down.
Yeah.
I've started going down that rabbit hole. Now I don't know if Nick can tell. It sounds like he collects similar as me. Now I think there's more. Some of the more GI Joes and Action Force figures are more expensive than actually Star Wars.
Yeah. Oh God. Well, look at what Tony Roberts picked up. He picked up the original carded Palatoy Desert Rat, and there's only something like 10 or 12 of those, maybe a few more, known to be in existence on card, and that cost him a pretty penny. He said, I can't remember if it was a Patreon video or I think it was Tim. You would have been there. Was it Patreon video or was it general? But anyway, Tony makes no secret of it. But like, you know, if you want like carded, because you know, Action Force has got like its own first 12 or whatever. You know, it's if you want those on the card, they're going to cost you a fortune. But I mean, I picked up a Desert Rat complete on eBay for 22 quid, but obviously it wasn't carded.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you, in those instances, yes, you will pay a lot of money because there was the first year, there wasn't as many of them and whatever, but on the card. But
what I don't like about carded stuff is the bubble will get yellow often, and then with GI Joes, you know, they'll just, their O-ring will pop.
Yeah.
I mean, the beautiful thing about the reason Tony got the carded Desert Rat is because obviously in the Valaverse line, I say obvious, it's not obvious if you don't know, you may know, he is a character in the new Valaverse Action Force line. So I totally get that. Like if you're the modern Desert Rat, you want Desert Rat, don't you? I get that 1,000,000% because I would.
You have to.
I was actually, because I do have a Desert Rat, mainly because of him as well, but just see what Valaverse is doing with the line. I like what they're doing. And if you're a member of Tony's Patreon, he posted a photo of someone's paint job making him Jungle Rat.
Oh, Jungle Rat, that was sick, man.
Yeah, that was cool.
And I got to interact with the guy who actually did the paint job on Instagram, and he's like, I'm sorry, it was like a one-off. I'm like, oh, because I was going to be willing to buy it and then ship it to whoever and then have him do the paint job, which I know it would be a pretty penny, but I was like, I would get that Jungle Rat like in a pinch. You know, that's how good a job it was to me.
I'm so glad that Tony actually got made into that line though, because when you think everything he did with that Action Man documentary and that really comprehensive series on Action Force stuff, and like I know a thing or three about Action Man, but compared to Tony, I don't know. You know,
I didn't really know anything of Action Man at the time. I mean, I played with it as a kid, but that was about it.
I mean, in fairness, Tony doesn't profess to be an expert on Action Man, but he's bloody knowledgeable.
Well,
to
he
me,
was
he's
in
an
the
expert. He knows more than most. Yeah, he was. Tony was. Well, absolutely.
You can tell he's Australian these days. He don't take no shite.
Well,
no, he don't. But then sorry, carry on. I was just waffling.
I have relatives in Australia, and I hear their drawls. Even though they migrated from the Philippines, they picked up an Aussie drawl. I think there's a difference between theirs and Tony's. I'll say that. So, not quite an Australian accent. I mean, yeah, you can hear the pinch, but it's not quite like my relatives. So
Tony's a proper nice bloke though, because like when I started my channel and everything, you think I hit 400 subscribers this week, so that means I'm going to drop 2 subscribers now because you can't tell people you've done that and be at that number.
Yeah, one of my brothers used to have some of those as well.
Here's
think.
one
That's
of
cool.
my.
Well, it's like I reached over that certain number and I've not even bothered saying anything.
I know. I mean, I don't really care about numbers, but the awesome thing was, like, Tony,
That's nice.
he's been proper nice to me. He's like promoted my channel, had me on Palatalk. Like, he's a nice guy, man. He's a good bloke, and he's got good knowledge of a line I love. So
I wanted to ask, Nick, you mentioned Bob, and I know Tony was putting together a GoFundMe or some fundraiser about. He was putting together a book or something that was like a history of Palatoy. How did that?
Well, on Sunday I had Bob Breakin and I had Brian Hickey, the guy who's doing all the sort of putting the book together for Bob, on my channel, and we had a little update. It got funded just over 3 months ago. It's called My Palatoy Story.
Okay.
I'm not saying this to promote my channel because I can't remember the link, but if you wanted to, you've got, and basically until Friday this week, I believe, if you still want a copy of that book, if you nip on my channel, you don't have to watch the stream, you don't have to sub to me or anything. It's not to promote me, but in the description of the video, there is a link where you can still order the book. And the only reason I'm sending you there is because I genuinely can't remember the website, but there is a link where you've basically got till the end of this week,
Oh, nice.
well, till Friday to order it.
Okay.
I love it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Build a base.
Sorry, like us.
Was this Was it called Microman in the UK?
I
Oh,
think Micronauts in the U.S.
Yeah.
I don't know what we got.
You know who's a nice guy is Toy Polloy.
Yes.
Dave's a very nice bloke.
Mm.
The other thing, sorry, not to change subjects, well, but you asked about the thing Tony was doing. Bob did the Kickstarter for the book. Tony, it's been funded and they're out now. Tony, I don't know if it was Kickstarter or some equivalent, but he basically got the money together to buy all the original prints of the Palatoy adverts. And those have been purchased now. The originals are going to Colville Heritage.
That's it.
People, but Tony started a channel where all these things, these video clips are being released. He hasn't monetized it because he doesn't want to make money off the back of it. See, he's a good bloke for that, like, you know what I mean?
Well, you know, he has a life beyond YouTube, which I think some of these other people struggle with.
I envy his work schedule because he says something to the effect he's like 8 days on, 6 days off, something to that effect, where it's a lot more balanced than I joke about, like, man, 5 on, 2 off, that's a little unfair, a little unbalanced, and people wonder why we're grumpy people. I don't know. But I was like, where do I go to get a schedule like that? We're 6 days
and you
off.
think,
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, you think with all that schedule he works and that, the fact he still gets content out, and the fact he manages to run all those things, it's incredible, really.
That's nice.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm trying to manage that myself, just trying to keep pace, I suppose, with the algorithms, man. It's just something where, okay, I'll put out a video when I can, when I have time.
Well, it's like yesterday, I should have gone down Ramsgate and Herne Bay, but I didn't go. And I was going to do some filming down there, but I just didn't feel like it, so I didn't go.
Yeah.
Did you guys have lunch boxes
I love
that look
that.
like this?
That's
in
really
the UK?
nice.
You can get tin ones over now, but when we were kids, they used to be plastic, and you get like they were all generic lunch boxes, and they were red or blue or whatever, but they'd have a sticker of whatever, be it mask, turtles, whatever, and inside there'd be a thermos with a printed with a sticker on it.
Plastic, because kids could hit them, you cover over the head with those.
Yeah, they were a good weapon back then.
One kid made me pissed off. I hit him with my metal lunchbox. He was crying after that. He pissed me off. Then they started making them plastic with just the sticker on the front.
Yeah.
It was your fault, Tim. It was your fault.
Changed the world, Tim. You changed the world, man.
You ruined it for all of us.
You know, YouTube, I feel like this is the best part of YouTube for me, is meeting other people who want to like
Yes.
talk to each other, and instead of it's tiring hearing about all these like content that is, you know, it fits in this mold. They all sound the same, and it's just like
Oh man.
so they can make money or whatever. You know?
Wait.
Oh man, I have no intention of making money off YouTube. Jesus Christ, the time it takes to put a video together, I'm like so far off monetization. To be honest with you, it's far easier to go plaster a ceiling on a Saturday morning and make a couple £100 in a few hours than it is to. I've just been bitten by a bloody mozzie.
They should really reward. Maybe just make it some kind of different system. But I think what sucks is you could be small but interact with everyone, chat on all these channels, but like no one's gonna find you per se unless you have this massive channel. And I think interaction, like it'd be great if somehow they measured interaction. Well, I guess we could exploit that maybe, but like make it so it would people could find each other better, but it wouldn't necessarily lead to more money, but at least you could then find smaller channels or something.
It was like me. I mean, at May I was literally on 3,000 at watch hours, so I thought I'm getting really close, so I can get modernised, so I can do more travelling. But what I didn't realise, it's a 12-month thing. So now I'm back down to 2,000 hours.
Yeah.
So
the other thing as well is I mean, Michael from Retro Blast has been very open with it as well. I mean, you don't make a shitload of money on YouTube. You just don't. I mean, you think how many subs he's got, and you know, it's a hard slog for him. He works his ass off at it. So to make a lot of money on YouTube, like it's so difficult. I mean,
I do wonder about that, because you look at what's his name? Daily Roo. Now he brings home about 30,000 a month, what they've worked out, and he does a video every day. So I think it's all about the subject and all that. I think no one really says how much you get, and I've seen some people now showing how much they do get a day, and some of it is actually quite high. But I also think it's what you're filming and what you're showing, and
also what's his sub count as well, and what's his viewing hours. I mean, so you saying 30k a day?
Yeah,
he's got to be in the high millions, surely.
Oh, he must. He's been doing it for over 10 years, and I know there's other guys like that do bring home a pretty penny.
Oh yeah, I mean, you get the likes of your PewDiePies and your Mr. Beasts and that, but like with everything, I mean, it's almost like being in a band, isn't it? You get bands out there that are excellent and they never break.
Yeah.
And then you get other bands out there and they catch the wave and they manage to ride it nicely. It's the quality of content and quality of channel doesn't always come down to everything.
But
and
just look
also,
at Retro Blasting. I mean, his content he does is brilliant.
Literally some of the best on YouTube in the subject matter. Same for Tony, but you know, you've got other channels out there which probably got higher subs than that, but not putting the stuff out. There's no rhyme or reason to YouTube, is there? There's none at all. Channels that deserve bigger followings and that, like Tony, Michael, they deserve much bigger than they get for the quality they put out, but it doesn't. The quality they put out, unfortunately, the algorithm, it's decided by algorithms, isn't it? It's not decided by humans who push it, and it's.
All they'd have to do is talk about every single piece of modern toy news every day.
Yeah.
Live packs every day, and like just get all the toys and review them. It's like, but that's so. But boring.
And also they like to stay true to their own values and what they like, don't they?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is admirable, because it is easy to. It's not. I'm not saying it's easy to do, but you know. I know that if I wanted APD to be a channel that did something, you're absolutely right. I could probably release videos every day, follow every bit of news released by Hasbro, whatever. I could probably overly exaggerate my manner on camera and do that, but I don't do that. That's not me. I'm not interested in that stuff. I'm not saying there's anything wrong if you are interested in that stuff. That's just not me.
I mean,
So
the other part of it is if you shill, for lack of a better term, if you shill for one of those companies, because that's the other thing too. Like you said, you have a certain vision about who you are as a channel, and I believe Retro Blasting and others like him will not say anything that doesn't need to be said just so we can get more clicks. That's why his pace, and it's not so much being a negative Nancy. It's just like, here's what I see a figure to be, or whatever. Like when I look at something, I'll put out my critiques because I'm sorry, people, there is a thing called criterion, and criticize or critique as part of that root word. So this is just like, hey,
but how many people get all twisted when someone? So if Michael reviews something, he's always very fair. He's very fair. He gives it a fair crack of the whip, and he'll give his criticisms and he'll give his praises, right? And that's the way you review something, yeah? But the problem is you get people out there who go, you're talking shit about this and you're being negative. So it's not being negative. I take your personal feelings out of it. You don't owe anything to this company that you're loving right now. Why don't you step back as a fan, listen, and be objective like he's being? Because he's not being objective to stir the pot. He's being objective because he's being honest.
Right.
There's a lot to be said for being honest, and some people don't. I mean, Jesus Christ, there's so many channels that get shit thrown at them because they want to be honest, especially in our community. The people who are like the bigger channels in our community that get shit hurled at them because they dare say they didn't like something Hasbro did or they don't like this. It's like they're entitled to their opinions, guys, and they're being objective. So don't shit on them for it. If you don't like what they have to say, you don't have to agree with people. And the thing is, you don't have to agree with those points of view. If you don't agree with them, fine, because we've all got opinions.
I mean, there's lots of things I hear Michael say that I'm like, no, I don't agree with what he's saying, but I won't give him shit about it because it's his opinion. And it's like he says, you know, what I say is my opinion. It's not yours. So, you know, it's not, you know. But there's other people, like you just said, you know, they get up in arms about it because he said blah, blah, blah. And, you know.
But what I don't understand is people who, I can't stand people who get personal with people for making a video. Why attack someone personally? It's
called jealous. It's called jealousy, I believe.
You know, just there's no need for people. People will say, oh, they're being negative. Well, hang on. You're stood there being personally insulting to that person and throwing shit at them. That's who's being negative. He's not been negative. You just didn't like something he said.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't, especially when the subject matter is the stuff we're into. Why are people attacking people for being, you know,
well, I also think because being in digital marketing for as long as I was, there's a phenomenon known as linking back. So my guess is then the place I look to for the YouTube evolution or Google's evolution is a site called Search Engine Journal, and every day they would give us insights on what the algorithm is going to be about. And it's been years since I looked into that site, but it might be something worth looking into. But I'm tired of trying to appease an algorithm. If people want to look at my content for what it is, then great. If there's nobody, well, at least I can always use a word of mouth. Like, I don't like leading my social media with my YouTube because I think it's a different landscape for me, because I don't need everybody on my Facebook list to see what I have to say, because I have religious co-conspirators who might look at my YouTube channel and they might do something where they might write my priest or my bishop. I'm like, I don't make claims about my YouTube channel being something faith centric. I'll put parts where my faith fits, but it's not the core of my channel. And so it's like I don't want to cross certain lines, and I'll
You're
just
welcome, Andrew.
Thanks, Andrew. Cheers for stopping by, man.
Yep.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Thanks
I
for
think
your. Go
nice
ahead.
to see you, Andrew, in the chat, man. It's cool.
Yeah.
I think
I
people
gotta
just
get
need
going
to
too,
not.
guys.
Well, I'm going to have to go soon.
Oh,
But I thought I'd just show you this lot.
I loved hanging out, and I'd love to do it again sometime.
Yeah.
Okay,
That
thanks
was
for
awesome.
No
coming
worries,
on
Michael.
camera
Thank you.
and joining
Thanks
us.
for coming on.
Knights of Old, Michael.
Appreciate
Take
it, buddy.
care, guys.
Thank you, man.
Bye.
Have a good rest of your day.
Good to chat to you, man.
And this is,
Bye.
I thought I'll quickly show you my corner that I'm slowly doing.
Oh wow. I'm still trying to get my place straightened out after I liquidated my desk. But no, that looks nice.
But basically, let we're going soon. There'll be shelves along here, and so basically, that's near enough complete. So it's actually just missing a wheel, I believe. So let he be staying. He's complete. He's not. So at some point, but a lot of these are like nearly complete, and I like if they look good on display. I don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
Oh, you're back.
That's
there
cool,
we.
man.
I mean,
That's cool.
he's missing one part, and but yeah. Let's see if I can go that way.
Thanks,
There we
Michael. Cheers, buddy.
And there's my sky striker that I got the other day. But yeah, that's it really. But I do slowly want to move all this and get these shelves all built, and so it all be so all this actionful stuff and G.I. Joe we get moved over here.
I wanted to make a point because I know last stream Monkeyboy was talking about how he didn't find the binder option because his growing DVD collection. I'm thinking more along the same lines as he is now. So I'm thinking about a collapsible casing so I can slide DVD. If I have to move, I have something that I can port around. I don't like having to lug around another bookcase of sorts just so I can hold the DVD. I think after my moving experience, I'm trying to make things as movable as I can without having to hire moving people. That's just me.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Don't
Right.
blame you.
I'm gonna have
Moving
to go as well because it's gone midnight and I've been up since 9. I spent the last 9 hours up a certain place. I'll be going back there tomorrow in probably 5 days as well. So, but I was only going to come on for a little bit, but this gets addicted.
Thanks for coming on, Jason.
It's lovely chat again, like normal. After the day I've had, it's been worth having this chat.
Yep.
And I would say, ta-ta on me. And
Cheers,
goodbye
Jason.
for the
Thank you,
toys.
buddy. Good to talk to you, man.
Right,
See you soon.
later.
Good to see you, man. Good to see
Bye.
you.
Bye.
You know, we were just saying before the guys had to leave, like about YouTube and that. I think there's one thing, right? I don't say this to be cheesy or anything. I didn't join YouTube to like have a big channel or like ever make money out of it. I joined it just to make a few friends. So I cheat, goal box ticked, done, isn't it? Like everything else is a bonus on top, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's for me. I'm flirting with the idea of doing a live stream. I've usually done video uploads, and I figure a live stream would be the only way for me to get some real interaction. Not that I desperately need it, but having an actual discourse about maybe to connect some more, because I've connected with a lot of the content providers, especially during that Rona year or that Rona layoff, I found retroblasting, and then dots started connecting because of Iconicon and the other Iconicon. And so I got to know the other content providers, and then I got to know other people they're linked to, and one thing led to another. It's my connection base is so much wider. But I want that interaction so I can figure out, are you guys really interested in my content, or what content do you think I should try looking into? I won't guarantee that I'll make it for you, but it'll give me something to think about and work on. Maybe, get me out of my comfort zone within reason.
I think the main thing is, man, it's doing. You've got to enjoy it.
Yep.
Whatever it is, haven't you? So if you don't enjoy it, what's the point in doing it?
Yeah, it's like I was saying earlier. You've got to strike that balance between doing something that you enjoy and having the motivation and the interest to do it.
Yep.
On its own merits. If people are into it and you can understand what the viewer wants, and you can deliver that while still maintaining your own motivation and interest, that's fine. But I think there is a line that has to be walked. I think if you start creating things just for the audience, particularly when you're a small channel and you're not making any money, I think you can very easily lose enthusiasm for the hobby.
See, it's like, you're right. Everything you're saying is right. I mean, like my podcast, I had someone message me the other day saying, when are you doing your next episode? It's been like 3 months. And the reason we had a hiatus, I think I might have said last week, with holidays, work, I had to sort my tech situation out, sorted it out. We're now working on the next project. So I spent more of my time jumping on other people's channels. But the thing is, the one thing I was never, ever prepared to do with YouTube is, this isn't my job. This is a hobby. And I pick it up and put it down as I please. If I've got something to say or something to make, I'll make it. If I haven't, I haven't. So sub numbers, like, I've got a low sub count. I'm not really fussed, because ultimately, like the episodes of the podcast that we've done, we did them because we wanted to do them, and it was a fun experiment. And the first one was a bit ropey, and then
I thought that
really
first one was really bang on. You'd done your research.
It was just what the problems we had was we probably. It's not that we over-researched. First thing we should have done is the first episode should have been split into 2. That's the first thing we should have done, rather than trying to bang it out in one episode, because we could have dedicated a bit more time. So we should have maybe done the first section on the original films, the second section on the Bay films, and then come to a conclusion. That probably would have helped. Also, very kindly, Melinda, Michael French's wife, Melinda Mock, she jumped on a chat with us afterwards and gave me and Kim, like, she was chatting to us for like 2 hours. She gave us like loads of advice, and we went away, and none of it was like criticism. It was all really constructive stuff. You got to bear in mind, she runs she runs the Dreamland podcast. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
So the second episode went smoother again, and we looked back at it and we were like, well, there's still a lot of room for improvement.
Right.
But I know they say a good workman never blames his tools, but to be honest with you, when you're working in a medium which is mainly to do with audio, and you're just recording shit audio because you've got crap equipment, something had to change,
Yeah.
I would do some of what Retroblasting and Analog Toys does with scripting, but I'm the kind of person that will just keep perpetually chasing after perfection. I'll not get jack done. So I don't know why, but I tend to be at peace with just shooting from the hip and just saying what's on my mind, because The script
like-
is already in my mind, and I just dump. Yeah, go ahead.
Like Tim said last week, though, I mean, Michael went to film school, didn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he went to film school, so he learned how
So-
to be a filmmaker.
And
He
script.
learned how to make film.
Tony's always had a passion for film stuff because before he did Analog Toys, he was like filming his documentary about his time in
Right.
the forces and security in that. So, and then
Right.
he did the Action Man documentary, which was he put on YouTube, but I don't know if I don't think he intended at the time to do Analog Toys as he has, but obviously he
Right.
got a passion for it and grew it. I could be wrong. I'm going by what I believe to be right. So scripting, I've scripted some stuff before. I haven't actually recorded it. I've got a script for a whole video that I've not done. I never just never got round to doing it. It's written, it's done, it's sat there.
Right.
And it's the sort of video that's never it wouldn't matter if I made it now, and it wouldn't matter if I made it in 10 years time. It's not a time.
Right.
It's not one of those subjects where time is going to tarnish it. It's not going to diminish the
Correct.
effect of the video if I make it. But that was hard. And every time I've looked back at it, I've been like, oh, change that, because you do.
Right.
But,
Mm.
it's like the podcast, man, that for the next episode, I'm not going to say what the subject is because we always do a little reveal on the social media stuff and everything. And the next subject, it's a big subject,
Right.
but it might be a two-parter. We genuinely don't know until we get the research fully compiled. But if it's a two-parter, it's a two-parter. It's not a problem. But again, it's that learning curve. Whereas
Correct.
before, like I was actually sat with Kim, well, not sat with like this because she lives in Scotland. I live down south, But I was
Okay.
sat on a call with Kim like this, and I was going, "Oh, damn! There is a hell of a lot to get through on this because there's this, and there's all of this."
Right.
And I was like, "Well, the first episode was like nearly 2 hours, and we made a rule to try and keep it at an hour, 15, hour 20 if we could, because it's a real sweet spot."
Mhm.
And I said, "I think this is going to hit 2.5 hours. We might have to split it." And Kim said, "Well, if we have to split it, we have to split it. We can film it all on the same day, but we'll obviously."
Right.
But then that's the learning and the evolution of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look to the first one.
I was doing stuff for my work. Like I put together training videos, especially when the processes were changed and updated. Like, when we tell our coworkers this is how we do our job, and there were different dynamics introduced as time went on, so the process was going to be changed. And I remember thinking to myself as I was working on these new or updated training videos, I realized I'm getting too cute by scripting this and scripting that. I just need to show the process of how it's done and explain at least my thinking behind how I would do it, and just preface your logic may be different, but the most important thing in doing the job is ABC. So it's like that fine line. It's like this doesn't need to be a Oscar-winning film. It just needs to tell people how to do their jobs. And like, okay, it doesn't need to be cute. Just do the process from start to finish. Yeah,
But then,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm lucky to have the co-host I have,
Right.
because Kim is far better at research than me. She's far better at putting notes together than me. She's far better at time management than me. She's better at speaking than me. Honestly, like when you have to edit your voice for umpteen hours because you're cutting bits, you realize every little weird quirk you have in your speech. And I've got some howlers in there. There's certain words I say over and over again.
Right.
And I repeat things as well. I say something, then I say it again.
Yeah.
I don't know why I do it. Why do I do that? It's just a weird thing I do, but we've all got our own weird little ways.
Well, I realise when I'm editing my videos how much I say So I'll say,
Yeah.
oh, this figure is this, and then that, and the next thing, and I
I'm
get
not
to the end
nodding
and
because
go,
you do
"Oh,
it.
God's
I'm nodding because I do it as well. It's
sake."
Well, I think you're both really intelligent British gents.
it's all an illusion,
I'm not
Tim.
sure
It's
either
all
of
an
those things
illusion.
is right, but thank you. But you might be wrong on both counts. For me, I'm not sure I'm that intelligent. I'm not sure I'm that much of a gent, but I try.
Well, you're a
try.
lot more well spoken of a British gent than I thought you would be after I had first started watching your videos, doing videos of Skeletor and then doing toy videos where I didn't see you, and then I started seeing you on camera. You seem to be a lot more well spoken.
Perhaps I don't know. I mean,
The only do you have to self-edit? I have to self-edit, and I
Yeah.
think having a kid's helped. I am terrible for swearing. Depending on the stream I am on, if I am told, don't worry about whatever you say, don't worry, this is an adult stream. If you watch the Carnage stream I did with Sue from Universal Toy Collector, formerly Stu, my language is atrocious, and everyone's was, to be fair. But that's because someone said to me, go for your life. And when I say self-edit, it's not to change my personality, but obviously I've dropped the odd little swear word tonight. I think everyone has, but I mean, I try and be very cautious when I'm on other people's channels, not to be too naughty.
Yeah. Well, I've got a expletive switch in my brain, and if I leave it open, if I leave that channel open, I can, the things that come out of my mouth are sometimes appalling. But if I flick that switch on, that sort of, and I put the gate up, then it's fine, and I don't swear. I very, very rarely swear accidentally. If I swear, it's because I've chosen to. And it's the same on my channel. Sometimes Skeletor will swear. He'll drop an F-bomb. He's dropped a couple of C-bombs, which I've bleeped out, because I don't want the video to get buried by the algorithm. But generally, when I or Skeletor swear, it's because I've chosen to, and it's been a calculated decision to swear. I don't do it for the sake of it.
Right.
I don't think swearing's particularly big or clever, but they are still words, and
Right.
and for me, swearing is, sometimes it is effective, and I think if you swear every other word, it sort of loses its power.
See, the problem
I think if you do it consciously.
One of the problems I struggle with a little bit is when I get home from work. Now, I work in the building trade, and it is notorious for foul language. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
And even to the point that people on site don't get offended by certain words ever, because it's like, so there's no power in it, because it just becomes part of a common.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But when you come home, of course, I've got a 9-year-old. Now he's getting a bit older. I don't worry as much, because he's old enough to know that he shouldn't say it. And it's like we let him start watching. He's a massive fan of Top Gear, so we let him watch all of the Grand Tour on Amazon, because he loves his Clarkson, May, and Hammond. Of course, they swear a lot more on that, and it's not bleeped because they haven't got the same censorship. And when they first were swearing, Carla was like, "Oh," I was like, "He's fine. He knows he shouldn't say those words, but it's this is they're having a conversation like he's going to hear anywhere else he goes outside of the school system, So
yeah, and I think that's something lost in much of society, is like you say, Nick, that there's a time and place for it. But if you do it every other, I think it was Monkeyboy who said every other word, but it might have been you, Nick. Sorry, kind of juggling things here, but it's
we're both English and Pell. It's easy to confuse us.
no, you guys got your distinctions. I get it, but it's just that, yeah, there is a thing about profanity you have to be careful about. Not that in itself is bad. It can be seen as tasteless if you do it like, as you guys say, every other word. It just loses its strength. But it's like, what do you want to treat it? It's like you got to understand what the nature of these words are, and this is why you don't speak like that, because of these reasons. So
I mean, if you'd have heard me at work the other day when I was drilling a wall so I could put up a air vent.
Okay.
And this is a room I'd plastered and everything and got it all back together. Going through, and a big chunk of the wall just went. I was like,
I would do the same. I would probably
the air went blue. The air went blue, and the guy who was working downstairs come up. He's like, "You're all right." I went, "Yeah, I'm fine." So he goes, "I thought you hurt yourself the way you were swearing," and I just pointed, and I pointed to the wall. He's like, "Ah." I went, "Yeah, I've got to fix that now."
What blows me away to this day is my dad served the Navy for 24 years, and he didn't take home that whole stereotype about swearing like a sailor. He didn't bring it home with him. It was like very rarely. It's usually when he was pissed at us, and like he didn't. Even with that, it was very rare. It would be very seldom he would bring that into our.
But if you ever met my father-in-law, right? He's in the building trade. He taught me my trade. Okay. At home, he never swears. Never swears. You won't hear a swear word come out of his mouth. The first time I worked with him on site and I heard him swear, I was like, "What's going on here?" And I was like, "He's like, I'm at work now, mate. It's a different game."
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's how
you said
I
a
am.
rude word.
When I'm around certain people, it's almost like I wait for people to give me the permission to use some profanity. It's not a great part of my DNA, but if it aids the conversation, I will, and I will try to make it as natural sounding, so it's like I'm not trying to force it. Because sometimes, like, if you listen to certain everyday or modern day comedians, I can tell some of them just want to get that cuss word out of there instead of listening to someone who can naturally pull it off. You know.
When I was in LA, we were still outside the Staples Center, the hotel we were at.
Okay.
We stayed at the downtown Sheraton, which was just by the Staples Center, right? And the X Games were on, and is it Travis Pastrana, the guy who's really famous in the X Games and stuff? Anyway,
I haven't followed the X Games forever.
Apparently, he was super. Apparently, he was super famous.
Okay.
Didn't right, but I was chatting away to him the nights we were there, having a drink with him.
Okay.
And there was this young girl from New York who would come down of an evening, and she'd always come down, stand with me for 10 minutes, smoke a couple of cigarettes, and go back up. It's this homeless guy who kept walking by, and he kept asking her for a cigarette. "Can I bum a smoke?" Which is in England sounds very weird, but whatever it was, right? And anyway, this girl was like, "Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Earlier I come down, and he keeps asking, he's being rude." And the X Games guys were down there with it. And anyway, I told him where to go in a very typical English, blunt, very sweary manner.
Okay.
Very direct. And off he trotted. And they were all like, "Say that again. Say that again." They said that they couldn't, but they were like, they'd never heard someone use the C word and the F word in a way that sounded so the way it was. And they were getting me to, they were like, "Say it again." They couldn't believe the way that I was like, "What do you mean?" And then we had this big conversation. So they were using the F word, and I was like, "You're using it wrong." "No, what do you mean?" I said, you're really accentuating it. You're really putting a big spin on it. I'll just say it normal.
Okay.
That's a really weird conversation we had, but they were just fascinated by the way English people swear.
Yeah,
I was like,
I think to an American ear, a British person swearing, I think it sounds quite exotic to them in a way. Is that right,
Yeah.
Tim?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of it's pretty foreign, but
They don't
my
expect it from us because we're quite well spoken, and particularly people like you and I, Nick, that we don't have a strong regional accent. We've got a fairly standard British accent. I think
yeah,
if
yeah,
we
I
my
don't
mom
think we have much of an
when we
accent.
start
my mom
swearing,
didn't
it
think you had an
sounds,
accent, Monkey Boy.
yeah. Well, and I think if we suddenly get wound up and we drop an F bomb here or a C bomb there, I think it just really kind of it catches an American audience on the back foot because they don't expect us to come out with that.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
But to what was said before about comedians, this is not a criticism in any way of American comedians because different countries we all have our own way we do things. But I know exactly what you mean. I watch some American comedians, and when they swear, it sounds very forced. You listen to Ricky Gervais, and it's just natural; it flows. You know,
Yeah.
it's because it's
Right.
but is that just does it just sound that way to us because they hear us swear and they think it sounds however it sounds. We hear them swear and we think it sounds weird because we just, you know, same language, but we deliver it quite differently. The biggest issue I have, and I can't get my head around this, and I'm never going to get my head around this, is
Okay.
why do our American cousins spell mum with an O? M-U-M, mum, not M-O-M, mom, mum, like a mummy. Why is it got an O in it?
when I used to watch the cartoon, the Smurfs, Gargamel would call his mother Mummy, and my mom would say, "Oh, that's the British way of saying mommy." So she hated it when I got into the habit of
then I
saying mummy.
suppose mother
She
is
got
spelt with an O, not a U. So who's right here? You know.
Oh.
I
Well,
don't think there's any right or wrong on it, but it's just one of those ones that throws me when I read it. And
I
the other
think,
thing
like,
American people do is they change the date around on stuff.
Oh yeah,
70s
that's really confusing.
70s drive-in exploitation films with a bunch of black chicks in them. They would refer to them as there was like one called the Mothers, MUTHERS.
Okay.
But it's,
Yeah.
so I had to, again, not to keep bringing him up, but I had to message Michael French about something the other day. I needed some dates from him because
Okay.
he grew up. He spent those 3 years in the UK. When he writes the date, he writes it in the same order we do, like the UK do. You know,
The proper way.
the proper way.
What is it? I didn't care.
So for instance, not to bring up a bad event, but you guys say 9/11, right? Like for 9/11, like the 11th of the 9th month, so the 11th of September, whereas we would say 11/9, so that'd be 11/9 and the year, because that's how we do it. So we always have the day, the month, then the year, but you guys have the month, the day, then the year, and it throws us because if it obviously it's easy to work out if like it's higher than a 12, but if it's not, it's like what? What date are they on about?
Yeah, so if it's like the third of the fourth, but it's not. It's the fourth of the third, so it can be quite confusing, can't it?
And equally, we'll confuse the Americans just as much when we do it our way. But
obviously, the proper way, because you've got a day, then the month, then the year. You know, you've got the smallest increment, and then the middle increment, and the biggest increment.
I use the format that I learned while trying to get into the armed forces, which is year, month, day.
So in America, my date of birth would be the 11th of the 3rd, 1984, but it's the 3rd of the 11th, 84, because I was born the 3rd of November, 1984. So
it is quite confusing because we say like the 11th of April, whereas in America they would say April the 11th.
Right. Okay.
we've got, there's no right or wrong to this, but it's right the way we do it, I think.
Yeah, well, there's a Spanish Christmas carol that translated literally to on December 5 and 20, foom, foom, foom. But for the longest time, I had heard a different translation where it goes, on December 25th, sing foom, foom, foom. On December 25th, sing foom, foom, foom. It's supposed to be on December 5 and 20, foom, foom, foom. On December 5 and 20, foom, foom, foom.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
I don't know how the Spanish goes. I can't speak Spanish. So.
I don't know why I didn't catch that, because my late aunt had lived in England for a long time, and and by that time she was sending us mail from England, and I loved it. She goes, Master Lester. Like,
Yeah, if you're below 18, you're a master, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but then look at Batman, American comic, Master Grayson.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's out there. There's some. It's funny that we speak the same language, but we do it. We both, each country thinks the other does it arse about face. Or if you're American, they'd say face about arse, clearly.
Well, we're divided by a common language, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
It's especially when it comes to terminology. Like, I remember the first time I heard the word fag from my late aunt. We're like, oh my God, Auntie, why are you saying that? And then he was like, this is just cigarette. Like,
Cigarette.
Yeah, exactly.
And faggots is a food. It's a meat-based product over here. It's made from a faggot is made from offal, pork. It's made from pork mince, heart, bit of lung, seasoning, breadcrumb.
And I think it's also
cooked in gravy.
It's also a cigarette, and it also means like fire log, put another fag on the fire, or put another faggot on the fire, or I'm going to smoke a fag, or a faggot.
A faggot is also a bunch of sticks.
That's what Tim's referring to about the fire and that. So it's
another faggot on the fire, or another fag on the fire.
There's certain things like that which if you went to America, I still know people to this day who say, I'm just going out to smoke a fag. That is just normal.
But in America, say that means you're going to go out and murder a homosexual.
Yeah. So and when I was a kid during the 80s, everybody would use that word. Use that word and would call each other that when they were mad at somebody else.
Yeah. It was. I don't know when it turned to it, but it was a derogatory term here in the U.S. So.
Don't get me wrong. Some people over here use it as a derogatory term for the same as you guys use it. But I mean, literally, if you say fag to me, I think cigarette immediately. That's what I think.
Yep. This says what Jason said about the word gay, and I learned that in grade school also. It used to mean happy. That's why they had that. We'll have a gay old time.
Yeah, and the Flintstones theme song, it used to be gay old time, and then there were some newer Flintstones cartoons where they changed it to great old time.
Oh, okay.
It's like, it'd be interesting to do a survey of the evolution of terms. Like, it's almost like
there are so many terms that we cannot use now because they're now deemed as offensive, and they never were.
Well, I think it's just nowadays people have got to learn to have thicker skin. Not literally meaning your skin's got to get thicker. You just can't get dang offended by every single little word out there. You got to just
get a dictionary, people. Get a dictionary.
You got to put up with it.
I tell you what.
Put up with it.
you know, all this people get triggered and bullied in comment sections on YouTube. This person said this. I don't like this channel because they said this because they have an opinion.
Right.
If you are that easily triggered, I invite you to come and work with me for a day on site.
Yeah.
Because people are going to say stuff to you that you are going to, if like, which we're just going to, it's going to be water off a duck's back to us. You know what I mean? Like,
yep. Well, in Ireland, I learned from my sister and her husband going into a tavern in Ireland. They heard all these cuss words, but then her husband used the Lord's name in vain. He goes, "God damn it." Everybody got quiet and just stared at him, and then they had to leave.
Oh.
That was the one thing you could not say. You could cuss all you wanted, you just couldn't use the Lord's name in vain.
That's hilarious. It's like, depends. Like, I look at it like, well, the thing about vanity is just means it's going nowhere. It's empty.
Mhm.
So, like, God damn it, it's not vain. You're saying, God damn it, about whatever.
I had a Sparky come out on site today because they fitted a heat detector in a kitchen, and where they'd fitted it, it's quite a low ceiling, so where they'd fitted it, as you open the cupboard door, you couldn't open the cupboard door properly, bashing into the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he walked on site. He's actually Canadian, this guy. And he walked on site, and I was sat having a coffee because it's my lunch break, having a coffee and eating a pack of crisps. He walked in. It's not overly rude, what I'm going to say. I said, "Oh, here's the dickhead.
Oh,
you're going to fix your F up, are you? And make another hole in my ceiling to fix? Get on with it, you TWAT." That's banter. He just laughed and got on with it. It sounds like, to the untrained person, you think I'd be like, "Oh, you do. That's just work banter." He's like, "Oh yeah, I did that." And if I make a mistake, they'll rip on me. Everyone gets a bit. You make a mistake, you're having it. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, of course.
Doesn't mean you hate each other. Doesn't mean you're bullying or you want to hurt that person's feeling. The only rules on site: you never attack a person's wife or kids or family. Everything else, fair game. You're going to get ripped on it. Doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, Jesus, walking in with a new pair of clean work boots on, like, you know, the in-betweeners, like, you know, new shoes. You know, you get it all day.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just take the ride with it. It's like now apprentices now. I mean, you've got to be so soft with some of the new kids coming through as apprentices. When I was learning my trade, they were savage.
Well, I thought UK banter, I thought that was pretty savage until I lived in Croatia. Because I lived in Croatia for a while, and believe me, some of the things that they say to each other, I mean, it's on a whole nother level. They take it to an art form. I mean, we'll call someone a you know, like you said, a dickhead or a twat or something like that, and it's
Jason.
short, sharp, and it's when we swear at someone, we don't tend to have a whole sentence of swear words. It tends to be, "Oh, you're a twat," or, you know, "piss off," or whatever it might be. It's short, sharp, to the point. Whereas in Croatia, you know, they bang their finger with a hammer, and this litany of abuse comes out, and I think, what was, and every word is a swear word almost, and it's really something else. And I think since I moved back from Croatia, I've learned that we really don't swear properly, not compared to them.
Oh, we got to up our level then, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, I swear in Croatian now. If I'm really pissed off about something, or something really, you know, for example, if I was to, you know, drop a glass, or someone was to really cut me off dangerously in traffic, I'll swear at them in Croatian because it sounds bloody awful.
I'll tell you my worst thing for swearing, and my missus frowns at me for it, but she equally laughs sometimes.
Okay.
There is a word that is in my vocabulary which is supposedly the worst swear word ever. The C word.
Yeah.
That word is so integrated into my everyday spoken that it
Okay.
means nothing. It's no different to calling someone a dickhead. You know, it's as powerless as that. And the people I know, my friends, it's a common thing to get called that is nothing. It's not
No.
you don't. It doesn't
Sometimes
even
it's a term of
register.
endearment, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's used often as a term of endearment.
You know,
But the
you could
amount of
call someone,
people.
it's we use that word so often in the UK, and we very rarely. I mean, that word is the equivalent. If you call someone that, you're effectively calling them a wanker.
Okay.
You know, it's about this. It's got about the same weight to it. You know, if you call someone a silly C or you're a bit of a, what do you do that for, you C? Then it's.
So, couple examples of
I say
when.
it all the time.
Couple of
I'll be doing,
examples of bad language. I went to an Action Man show about a year ago, and I got reasonably inebriated the evening after the main event. It was on for 2 days. I was out with everyone, all the traders and that, and I got really quite drunk. Disgraced myself a bit drunk. Didn't do anything nasty or wrong. I was all over the place.
Yeah.
And anyway, it happens sometimes. You're out with friends. We started drinking at 4 PM. We didn't finish at 2 AM. It was going to get messy, you know. And my mate Pete turns round, and I'm not going to use the actual word, but it will indicate what he said. He walks in the room. He goes in front of everyone at breakfast in this hotel. He goes, "You were munted last night, mate." And I was like, "Oh, Pete, you didn't. There's like 4 old ladies sat there." But anyway, I thought he'd done the thing. Anyway, I heard them start to laugh and then tell me about how they could hear me singing, getting carried into the hotel, and how they thought it was amusing. So it's just fun. But another time English language travelled and upset someone. Years ago, used to watch wrestling, and they did an event in London, and the big show was wrestling. Now in England, you get like the football chants. And as the big show was walking to the ring, all the English people were chanting, "You fat wanker, you fat wanker," right? Anyway, he goes through this. The following week, it's back in America, but the Americans picked it up because they thought it was good fun. So on this broadcast, the Americans are chanting it. And apparently they had to stop the show. It was reported that they had to, when it went to a break, they had to go to a break and tell the audience not to chant it or the show would be cancelled.
Oh, right.
What?
One for it being on TV, and 2 because apparently the big show was getting a bit upset about it. It's just like, that's such an English thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, people.
I swear a lot when I'm making my videos. Sometimes I'll make a mistake, or I'll say something wrong, and I'll immediately call myself a effing hunt. You know, and I'll shout it at myself. You know, it's quite common for me to do that.
What I'm gonna do one day is all the intros to I've got the raw footage of all like 12 videos I've ever made for YouTube. I don't even think it's that many. But what that is me talking to the camera. Hi, I can't even do it now. Hello and welcome back to APD. This week we've got a really exciting episode where we're going to be talking to Monkeyboy about his collection of snails. Anyway, you'd think that'd be easy to say, but I will make, I was going to say something far worse than snails, but I thought I'll self-edit. But I will mess that up so many times, and you've got all the mess ups, and it normally culminates in a massive cluster of swear words. That's why I laughed at the Croatian thing of me just. All I want to do is just edit all those together and just bleep it. I should do that. I should just call it the bleep, just a video, the bleep, no context to it, and just have all my roll the intro video, just all bleeps, roll the outro video, say nothing more about it, just release it. See what people
Yeah.
say.
Right.
Because there's nothing polished about an APD video, mate. Editing saves me so much. I'm terrible. I shouldn't even be allowed on camera.
Yeah, but you're such a nice guy, Nick.
I try to be a nice guy, Tim. I didn't know if to come on tonight because I thought, can I come on 2 weeks in a row or 3 weeks in a row? That's a bit cheeky.
No, of course you can, man.
Monkeyboy shows up every week, and I kind of do the same if I had the availability, you know?
It's just such a chilled out stream, isn't it? I mean, there's other people watching, but you're just chatting with your mates, and if people want to join in the chat, they can, can't they? It's pretty simple. But I talk a lot as well, and I have middle child syndrome. And I'll tell you what that is. That is where I find myself talking and I have to correct myself. Someone talks and I talk over them and I'm like, sorry. Because I spent so many years being the middle child trying to get my voice heard amongst all 5 kids.
Wow.
I'm terrible for it. It's a real bad trait of mine. And I work and I try not to do it so much, but it's so you should see me when we're at a family gathering, me and my sisters, the volume just climbs and climbs. We're all shouting over each other.
Yeah.
So there's 5 of you in your family?
I'm the only boy.
Okay.
4 sisters.
Because I'm the youngest of 6, and my sister's the oldest, and she's the only girl.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tim, having 4 sisters, I have been dressed up, putting makeup more times than I can. My mum has got many a picture of me as a young kid when my sisters treated me like a little dolly. Oh, you've got a new baby brother. What should we do with him? Dress him up like a girl? Must have just been a thing in the 80s.
Yeah, it
So
was.
how come I'm the one that's collecting My Little Ponies? How does that work?
Hey man, I got away lightly. The only thing from all that, I blame my sisters for this. I've got an absolute I love shiny jewelry, although I don't wear any. Got a thing for shiny jewelry, and I think I got this off my sisters. I love shoes. I love going shoe shopping. It's not a fetish or anything. I just like shoes. I just like multiple pairs of shoes. I've got a pair of shoes for this, a pair of shoes for that, pair of shoes for that. Love shoes. Blame my sisters for that.
Yep.
But equally,
there was a show in the late 90s, 2000s, What Not to Wear. I think it was in aughts, What Not to Wear.
Oh,
and
yes. We had it in the UK.
My sisters were all over that show. And I got some pointers, but I got some pointers on how to wear or how to dress. And that's what I took it for. I didn't need to follow the entire whole season's worth. And that's all I need to know. They got a guy say, oh, go ahead.
Let me set the scene for you. Right?
Sure.
4 sisters. All my sisters, very pretty girls. They were very popular girls, right?
Okay.
And what they had was a short, fat, little ugly brother who didn't care what he dressed in, wasn't cool, was never cool. And so they like made it their project. I can remember like my sisters, they'd be like, you shouldn't wear that. Or like when it got to a certain age for birthdays and that, it's like, oh, I need to buy some clothes. Whereas I'd be like, I'll just wander there and buy a pair of cheap tracksuit bottoms or jeans and just a couple of plain t-shirts. Very much what I wear now. My sisters would be like, no, and they'd be like, oh yeah, you should wear that. You should wear that. And they're like, my sisters, it's almost like, I was like, are you trying for me not? Am I like the dark secret of the family? Am I like the not cool nerdy brother? Do you trying to make me not that?
Right.
Bless them. Oh, you gotta love sisters. But yeah, there's thing is, we're all grown up now, and I'm not far off my 40s now. 2 of them are in their 40s.
I'm older. I don't know if I'm grown up.
Yeah, I'll say that. I mean, I guess that what keeps me looking. You know, when speaking about being offensive in terms, like there was a weekend I was doing some pew training, and these people are from the South, so they have little to no filter. That's what's on their mind. I appreciate that. And they called me, they christened me Chinaman that entire weekend. And I was not offended.
No, that is not good.
Technically,
That sounds racist.
Well, technically, it's accurate because I have a grandfather from China. So
yeah, but it sounds kind of racist, though.
No, these guys are from the South. Like, if we don't rag you, then that means we don't like you. And I took it with a badge of pride, and it didn't help.
I think, but
Yeah,
isn't it one of those things where, like, there's certain things we all know you shouldn't say that, but sometimes when you're in a group of friends, you're in a group.
Yeah.
You might have a friend who gets a nickname because they're fat. You might have a friend who gets a nickname because they're a different ethnicity. You might have a friend who gets a nickname because they're tall or whatever. And I think, I believe there can be context to that, can't there? Like you say, if you weren't, I'm sure had you have been offended and you said to them, look, guys, that's not cool.
Yeah.
There's every chance they'd have stepped back, or they wouldn't have done, but it's hard to. You see, the thing is, it's a difficult thing to navigate these days, isn't it? Because
True.
you just.
When I was
younger,
probably, but now that I know more and now that I've grown wiser, it's like, no, I take it a badge of pride because these guys, they once you're like, we're family now, and it's like when we're in that kind of community, it's just we call each other names. Like my parents gave us names, and yeah, we didn't like it because it sounded funny, but we still.
It's interesting because I've been rewatching Curb Your Enthusiasm recently. I love that show. Doing a complete rerun of it.
Sure.
Brilliant.
And Larry David, obviously, he plays an exaggerated version of himself.
Right.
Yeah.
And in tonight's episode, I can't remember the exact comment. It didn't mean much to me, but Richard Lewis is there and he sees his therapist running and he cracks a joke about affirmative action. And his therapist is a black guy and he gets really upset by it. And Larry David's like, no, I was just trying to be jovial. I didn't mean anything by it. And Richard Lewis is saying to his therapist, no, he's a sweetheart. He didn't mean anything by it. And it just made me laugh because afterwards he says to Richard Lewis, I was just trying to be jovial. And he's like, why did you say that? I know you're joking. He doesn't know you're joking. It's just when Larry David just then turns around and goes, sometimes I just say stupid things to black people and I don't know why. And you just think, I'm like, but you see the scenario and you can see he's in that zone where he's like,
right.
Shall I say it? It comes out. And I do think it's possible to say the wrong thing sometimes and not mean anything offensive by it.
Right.
Yeah.
I do think you can just say something that's perhaps just a bit misguided or a bit wrong. I don't necessarily think, of course, there are examples of people out there who are just nasty arseholes, who will be abusive, offensive. But I do think sometimes people will say things thinking it's okay.
Right.
And pick them up, correct them on it. But I think it's important to understand if that person intended to be offensive or not. If they didn't intend to be offensive.
It's just misjudgment, isn't it? You know.
What was that, Monkeyboy?
Sometimes it's just misjudgment. Somebody can perhaps feel more comfortable in a situation than perhaps everyone else is, and they can say something assuming that it will be taken the right way, and suddenly everyone in the room is offended, and you actually meant it completely innocently, really. I mean, it's like you're talking about Curb Your Enthusiasm. There's the episode called the Shrimp Incident, and they're all playing poker at the table, and then Larry David calls that guy a C word.
What a C word! What a C word!
And suddenly everyone in the room is absolutely mortified, and Larry David is completely like shocked. He's like shocked that he's upset everyone. He can't wrap his head around why anyone is upset, and that's just hilarious.
Well, that episode I watched tonight was the one, My Beloved Aunt. You know,
where
But so for instance, let's chuck a scenario out there. Those guys you did your pew pew training with, who were calling you that term, right? Let's say you grew up with a friend, and that friend had grown up with you his whole life, and he called you that his whole life, and you'd been cool with him your whole life of it. It was nothing. It was banter between friends. You didn't bat an eyelid. And then he met up with another guy from the same background as yours, and he said that to them because he'd never been pulled or corrected on it before. Is he being offensive, or is he just not realized that it's not cool with everyone?
That's on the recipient, like how he perceives it. Because, like you said, hypothetically I grew up with this person, and we can toss jabs with each other, or throw jabs at each other, right? But depending on how that person's disposed, because believe it or not, some people online will identify themselves as. I remember seeing someone with a tagline online that basically says China man, because say 中国人, which is Mandarin for Chinese. I'm a Chinese person. It's like, I'm just calling you what you call yourself. In some ways, it's like, well, you call yourself like that. You call yourself that online. If I don't know if the dude ever changed it, but I remember coming.
But it's like songs and things we grow up with. So I love David Bowie, right? Bowie, however you want to say it. The debate's out there.
I'd never heard the pronunciation before, but thank you for it.
So let's imagine, like on Spotify the other day, it's not imagine, it was on. So Little China Girl was on. Little China Girl. Now, that's the lyric to the song, a song I know so well. When that come out, that was in no way offensive, but I could see that now someone would go, that's offensive. And that's the minefield you navigate now, because stuff you grew up with, songs and things, people go, oh, that's offensive. It's God. Like, well, is it offensive? Because I don't think he's singing it in a derogatory manner. I just think he's singing about a girl from China. If someone's offended,
I don't think with today's sensibilities, however those were formed, I don't think that Dave Chappelle, blind white supremacist, I don't think that would ever fly in today's climate. But when it was released at the time, we all loved it. And then Gabriel Iglesias, the one called Fluffy, and his racist gift basket, I don't know if that would be kosher today, unfortunately. And I got a laugh out of both. And it's funny because Dave Chappelle. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, he's just been roasted for a thing he was saying about trans stuff, hasn't he? But that's a whole nother topic in itself. But that Bowie song, I'm trying to remember if it's actually called Little China Girl or whatever it's called. I'm so tired. That's the main lyric. But there's so many songs and so many things that have been on it. It's like when Netflix decided to take a load of shows off because they did all this, it was offensive because someone complained. So there's a comedy in the UK and it was called Bo Selector, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And Avid Marion used to put these ridiculous rubber masks on, play any character ever. But what he would do is he used to do a character of Mel B from the Spice Girls, but he actually gave her the personality of Jim Bowen from the guy from he used to switch the personalities of the celebrities. It was really weird. Anyway, so the guy who played him, when all the BLM stuff was going on, released a video of him crying on camera saying, I was wrong, I should never have done blackface, this, that, the other. And it's like, well, now hang on. I don't think that's what you would do if you look at the context of the show.
Mm-hmm.
But can you look back at something and then be mortally offended for something that happened 20 years ago when at the time it may be distasteful now, but it's not worth looking back and going, I'm offended now from that. Maybe you can learn from it and go, well, we don't do that anymore because of X, Y, and Z. But if you're going to go trawling through things and looking for it, you'll find offense in anything you want to find offense in.
I had a question for you guys now that you brought up David. I'll say it, David Bowie. And Queen, are they as big in the UK still, or England still, as it appears to be in the US? Because I know they're still fans.
Sorry, did you say Queen?
Yes, Queen. Freddie Mercury.
Yeah, it kind of
Yeah.
took the wind out of their sails when Freddie Mercury died, I must admit.
But I mean, as among like those in the region, are they posthumously still as big as I think Americans seem to make a bigger deal about?
Oh, huge.
Okay, so you probably know about the whole song that there was pushback a song. I think it's Fat Bottom Girls, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you might have heard the story about that. And I'm like, why?
I was just singing the song to myself.
Why are people? It's like me and Sir Mix-a-Lot. I laughed at that song because even if I listen to the song now, I probably wouldn't have listened to it when I was like 9 or 10, but it still gave me a big chuckle. And
But here's the weird thing. Let's get offended now by a song that was written in the late 70s or early 80s. But let's equally publicize and commend Kim Kardashian for having a big fat ass because that's the fashion. Decide what you want to do, because one faction's saying it's offensive and then other people are striving to have a fat bottom. Well, where do you win? How do you even juggle this?
I know this might be a sort of shaming of sorts, but it's like I think people are smart enough, I hope, to know when someone doesn't look healthy, whether on one end of the scale or the other, right? So it's like, if you take someone like, okay, since Monkeyboy's watched Ahsoka, the blonde, I don't know, they would say she's not a Sith or is she a Jedi, but the blonde apprentice of Ray Stevenson's character.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. If I were to say homegirl needs to be fed, I guess that would be offensive, but it's like she doesn't look as healthy. She could put some more meat on those bones. And then the other extreme, it's like if you look at someone like a Lizzo, then you're like, man, homegirl's got to cut down on and it's just a matter of, it's like, you want body positivity, but at the same time, it's like you kind of know where that kind of rests. You don't want a girl who's overly obese, not something that's the most worst thing known to man.
So,
it's just like,
here's something I'll say on body positivity. Now, you're talking to a guy who used to be 22 stone. All right, I'm just under 17 at the moment. But this guy here also starved himself down to 11.5 stone and went the other way and was very unhealthy. So I've done both.
Okay.
The only time I get annoyed with body positivity, and sorry, I've turned the camera off because I'm in my kitchen now and it's just a state at the moment. The only time I get bothered by body positivity, I have no problem with people if they are confident in their own self-image. You should be. You shouldn't be ashamed to walk out whatever size you are. The only time I have a problem with it is when they're saying, it doesn't matter if you're 25 stone. Well, it does, because it does. I mean, it doesn't mean that you're less of a human. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't be comfortable in your own skin, but you have to acknowledge the obvious thing that if you are 5'4" and 25 stone, it's going to have a serious impact on your health. That's the facts. But there's nothing wrong if you want to be that size. But I'm just saying,
right?
You have to be real about it, don't you? And exactly. I know some people go, it's got nothing to do with you. Who are you to comment on it? Well, I've been both ends of the spectrum. I've been massively overweight and I've been underweight. And now I'm sort of somewhere just past the middle. So haven't lived it and had issues with my weight throughout my whole life.
Right.
I think I can speak on it with a little bit of experience and say when I was like 22 stone, I was extremely unhealthy and I was pre-diabetic. So I could have walked around confident as hell, but there was no hiding from the fact that I was on the verge of having serious illness.
Right.
And then equally, when I starved myself down to 11.5 stone, I then got into a cycle. I was at 11.5 stone. I was literally a skeleton walking around. And I was obsessed in my head with getting down to 10 stone. And I had my doctor say, no, you're underweight. And I had my wife going, please don't lose any more weight. You are looking very ill. So it can go both ways. But it's yeah. I think you just need to be real, don't you? I mean, I've probably gone on a massive tangent there, and you're probably thinking, "Shut up!" But
No, Tim's the moderator if there is to be such a role. But if Tim doesn't think it's cool, I'm sure he'll say something. But I have no problem.
No, you can definitely overeat yourself to death, and then you could starve yourself to death.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm on the verge right now. I'm actually at the point where I can say this, and I'm not saying it for anyone to go, "Oh, you look fine, it's fine." I need to take 1.5 stone off, really, to be healthy, to be healthier, because I'm at a weight now where I'm going, do you know what? I know what weight I hit when I start to get lethargic and lazy, and I'm at that weight now. So now I need to cut the sweeties back, cut the beer back, and do a bit of exercise, get myself somewhere decent again.
Right.
You know, it's just about just be a bit adult about it. If your clothes are starting to get snug and you're starting to look in the mirror and your face is getting a bit round, cut back some of the calories, do a bit of
Yes.
Yep.
you know, just be responsible.
Yeah, I think people are losing sight of just simply that. Just be responsible. It doesn't matter. It doesn't seem to matter what it is. Like,
and there's no one to blame for me being, realistically, I got to get 2 stone off, really. What happens with me every year is I get on the scales in January, have a panic. This year I took off 2.5 stone, and I've put back on just over 1 stone of it throughout the year. So I've now got a live, which isn't bad going, but every year it's a cycle. I'll lose 2.5, 3 stone in the first 4 months of the year, and I go, oh, I'm really happy with where I'm at. And then I start putting it all back on again because, oh, you've got to the weight you want to be. That's all right. I start eating and drinking crap again. It's a cycle, mate. It's what it is. But the thing is, no one's making me do any of that. It's just me. It's my fault. There's no one to blame but me. But I
never had any issues with my weight until a few years ago when I became unwell, and I was dangerously underweight. I got down to 8.5 stone, I think.
okay.
And it was scary. And then I was put on special weight gaining drinks because I was so dangerously thin. And then when I started eating again, I didn't stop taking the drinks. So I went from one end of the spectrum, much like you, Nick. I went from one end of the spectrum to the other, and then I got at least 3 stone heavier than I should have been. So, and now I have diabetes. So, yeah, it's not always easy to hit that.
Did you know, man? A lot of people who have one eating disorder, one way or another, be it they eat too much. Well, some people won't acknowledge that as a disorder, but people who overeat or people who undereat, it's not that uncommon for somebody who's been massively overweight to lose so much weight that they go the opposite way and vice versa. It's not that uncommon.
Yeah.
People quite often do that. And I went to one of these like slimming type groups. I won't name the name of the company, but it's there's several of them in the UK, but I did one of the programs and I lost 109 pounds in just over 7 months, I think it was.
Right.
And I was still driving more weight off. I could have stopped at 50 pounds and been a good reasonable weight. Well, probably 60 realistically, but people do that. But then you hear about, I remember reading an interview that Eminem did in the magazine. So he got off the drugs and everything, which he found highly addictive. Then he started running, and then he became like basically so addicted to exercise that he was having problems with his body and losing too much weight. Because some people, if you're that sort of person who has, an issue with something, they'll often replace it with something else, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Basically, we're all just idiots as humans.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I tend to agree with that.
Oh. Well, no, it's a lot of fun just chilling and talking. And I'm fortunate just because I work from home. I work a white collar job, and it's not too stressful. And, you know, helps me really balance, because there'll be days where I'm just on that hamster wheel and I keep moving, right? But even then, it's like just take it easy, but be productive and yada yada yada. And I end up like I can go to bed at night. I don't have to worry about, oh, am I going to meet this deadline? Am I not going to meet this deadline? Well, I just can't complain right now. I've been very fortunate over the last few years since discovering retroblasting and then the greater community. All the dots connected through retroblasting and the dots connecting to those dots, which connect to other dots. It's just been it's been a fun ride. Getting to know Tim, and then getting to know you two, and all that. Retrotoy guy Ty, I probably wouldn't have met him if not for this live stream, and so forth. So I'm very happy about that. At least this part of my life, where were there things I wanted to do when I was younger? Sure, but am I going to beat myself over it not having gone down that road? No. Who knows? I may revisit it, or I might find ways to still accomplish what I might want without having, you don't always have to go on that same exact road. You can always take a different road. So.
You can, man. And to be honest, I'm going to wrap this up for myself in a minute because I got to get to bed. But
yeah,
same for me, man. I found
we've been going for over 4 hours. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we've been going for over 4 hours, so I kind of like to wrap everything up soon.
Sure.
No problem, man, Tim. I'm going to shit on, but just my last point. Same for me. I found channels like Retro Blasting, Analog Toys, Toy Polloi, Ed's Retro Geek Out, and then I found all the other smaller channels, and then we all connect the dots, and that's where we all end up where we're at. And so it's you sort of come full circle. And to be honest, all those channels, every channel I've mentioned there, they're all people I now know, and I think we're lucky. We've made some good connections, and it's very inclusive here. And yeah, happy days. I've got a lot of respect for all the channels in the community, the big ones and the small ones. So, because let's be fair, even all the big channels are quite happy to include the smaller channels, and there's none of this we're bigger than you. We're all on a level even kill, and I just think that's great. And that's one of the beautiful things about this grouping of people and channels, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree.
And on that note, I've waffled enough. Thank you for having me on again. I promise I won't come on next week. I don't want to come on 3 weeks in a row because you'll lose more viewers.
But you're such a nice guy, Nick.
I just waffled, Tim, but thank you for the compliment. But thank you so much for having me on again. It's 1:15 in the morning, and I really need to go to bed.
Yeah, go to bed.
Because I didn't realise it was that late.
Please go to bed.
No worries, dude. Thanks for coming on. Anytime,
Thank you for having me on.
No,
I'll speak to you all soon.
Okay.
Have a great one, guys.
Bye.
Chat to you soon. Bye-bye.
Good
Bye.
night.
Bye.
Bye.
Cool. Okay, Tim. So shall we wrap this up?
Yeah, it's been over 4 hours. We've gone over 4 hours, so I do want to wrap it up.
Yeah.
For this week, because it's been a lot of fun. We had a lot of people here today.
Yeah. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
All right.
Lester.
I'll see you guys.
And I'll see you guys next time. Have a good evening, night. Good night.
Bye.
Night.
So did you have fun?
You're still live, Tim.
Oh, I'm still live. Shoot.
Yep.
Okay, end the stream.